Bla bla bla, woof woof. Check, mic check. Yay, we're working. Hello there, everybody. I hope everybody's having a good time, good weekend. Let's see, what do we have today? Using only 4 bullets or less, kill 4 unit as snipers in a row without collateral damage. Then crossbow show cancelled. And sniper rifles, Operation Silence Space Snafu. Now we are close to MOB Condor.
I asked Pat Katari to send us a vehicle.
Buenas, amigo. Here's your copter.
I'll fly.
I'm on.
And once again, 4 bullets or less for you and snipers without collateral damage. That's it. We don't have to be stationary or anything. Good. No distance either.
Sniper up in the tower. Got another tango. Sniper, top of the tower.
We are not interested in him. One. 2.
Clear over here.
Sniper up in the tower. Sniper, top of the tower.
I'm gonna go for shore shots here. 3. And 4. First solo task done. Alright, next, show cancel using only crossbow. I do wonder if
We've learned that El
Otis
Cheeto's
is
concert
gonna
venue
wanna
is a
do
place
these.
called Umamarca. We're canceling the show. Get inside the venue and tear the place up.
I think it was Malca Bravo. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Switch to crossbow. Powerful.
Drone is airborne. We got a tango with multiple civilians around. Got another tango, and baby makes 3. He makes 5. Enemy spotted. Just spotted one with
Watch out,
submachine
place
guns.
is rigged with an alarm.
10 sighted.
I got eyes on a Jenny.
The sniper is not out.
Heads up, we got a turret.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Sending our intel on enemy positions.
Yeah, I was there.
We're
Okay.
up to 15. Just spotted one with submachine guns. Marking a captain. Enemy marked. I got a target carrying submachine guns. I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
Really?
We got light panels here.
Should have done it back there. Spotting. But whatever. And just a little more.
Got a tango.
It is getting nighttime as well.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
There we go. Probably some in here as well. Or not. I guess not.
Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Okay. If we meet some others, then oh well. Hopefully we're gonna kill them before they kill us.
Okay, we're cool.
I think it literally just started seeing one. The bodies. Hopefully the heavy. Oh, he's upstairs, okay. Smoke first. I'm not sure about these three. If I can get all three with a flash. I think I can. But I'm gonna wait with it. Which way? That's what I thought.
Watch for civilians. We don't want to kill somebody by mistake.
I'm gonna take a power just yet. Not gonna bring them here.
Okay, we're still good.
Might have been a bad idea. So let's hurry up and make it a good idea.
Throwing a flashbang.
Shit.
We're good, we're
okay.
good. That was the last alarm. Then we'll be getting reinforcements from the air at
That was
least.
the only alarm. What are we talking about? Last alarm. I'm there, okay? I'm tempted to take that guy, but I'm not, because he's gonna be seen. If I do. No, I'm sorry, not seen, heard. But you guys are looking this way. Okay. Is this gonna work?
Hey, throwing a flashbang.
Relax, we're still good.
Okay. Take this one first.
Should be okay now.
I guess the two heavies.
Hostiles in the area. Stay frosty.
Lobbing a flashbang.
We're cool. We're cool.
I don't know. These will probably get suspecting. Is that a
Deploying drone.
person, a civ, or it is a civ? Okay. I'm gonna leave them alone for now. Because these are like explosions for them. There's the suspecting.
Shh. Our tangos heard that boom.
Okay, but they're just suspecting, so that's alright. Second mission done. Wait, what? Not as a secondary. Are you fucking serious? Oh, fucking hell.
All good. All clear.
Alright. Last on operation, silence bait snafu with sniper rifles only. Extreme difficulty run over a boss. Let's do that. Task Force
We've
1.
ID'd the Buchon as an American national
Since,
named Marcus Jensen. He's heading to a meeting at the...
Since that, we won't... Since Lotus is not in the task force anyway, is what I meant to say. I hope that she's gonna tell me whenever she needs to be dragged.
Buckle up, people. We're entering the witch market.
El Mercado de las Brujas. This is where the locals come to buy good luck charms or luck potions or even a curse for their enemies. No shit.
Eyes up. If the intel is correct, Jensen could be here somewhere.
Yeah, he was here. So that should be done as well. Yep, there we go. Task Force challenge done.
gonna blow.
I know.
We're clear.
Think about this happening in ghost mode. Okay. We are not doing the mission though. Silence bait, that's no. Snafu, that's in Kamina. It's here. So dumb. Silence bait, Snafu. And from what I remember, we have to go to Inca Camina Bravo. And we're gonna attempt to do this. We're gonna attempt to do this the cheesy way. 14. Get the worst helo in the game.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here.
Hey man, try to take us off some sweet jumps, alright?
Train station coming up.
Whatever. We don't want this helo anyway.
The drone is up. Target spotted. Marking an enemy.
Alarm over here.
I got another. That's 5. Enemy marked. Sniper out there. I got eyes on a sniper. That's 10 targets. Sniper out there. That's 15. "20 hostiles by my count. I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
Actually, I'm just thinking. Sweet should be doing this. Since she didn't get the pickupables from here. Good. Not while those 3 are there.
Roger.
Actually,
I need a better position.
I
I
can
got
do
it.
this.
Moving to position. Ready to engage. That's 1 down.
I'm tempted, but I'm not sure where it would land, so I'm not gonna.
We've got the alarms. arms. Reinforcements won't be flying in.
We're on site. Stay sharp and start digging for
I
intel.
think we forgot to mark one of the snipers. Oh no, we didn't. Hey there, Lone. Welcome in. How you doing?
Roger that. Moving.
Huh? Where are you guys? Did you guys hear that? Oh, is that's an unmarked? We had an unmarked. Maybe they're pretty blind. What the heck? That body found. Ooh,
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
who the heck found the dead body? Damn it.
They're coming this way. What do you want us to do?
I fucking knew it.
Fuck took you so long.
I'm doing not too alive, as you can see. Okay, who the actual fuck saw what dead body? Was it you?
We done?
Son of a
Shit,
bitch.
Kinda got all excited
Was
there.
it? Oh, wait, fuck, I cannot do that. It's gonna mess me up. Dang it. I have to go back to incoming a Bravo and interrogate him. Dang it. Sweet. Come on. I need you. No, it's not ghost mode. Because I'm in tier mode. I'm tier 1. And I'm in the regular campaign. I'm doing the dailies. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do this though. And I can't really do anything about it. I have to come back if I interrogate him. Dang it, Ubisoft! Can get your shit together. Right, you be shit. I swear, if they fuck up the new Ghost Recon as well, I'm... Fuck the shit, I can't. I have to do it. I don't know when Lotus is gonna join, so I have to do it.
I don't have time to fuck around. Start talking or start dying.
Ah, no mas, amigo! I'll spill!
Santa Blanca took something from the Condor base. What is it? Talk, asshole.
Por favor! Jueza is a punishment for the people of Barvechos to teach them a lesson for helping the rebels!
Punish them how? What is Hueza?
It's a dirty bomb. It will kill everybody.
When is it gonna go off? When?
No say! No say! I do not know! Any time now!
Fuck.
Yeah, fuck you right back, you soft. Fuck you right back.
Little brother, this is Nomad. We have a situation we need to deal with ASAP.
Could you be more specific?
Santa Blanca has a dirty
Playing
bomb and they're
Division
gonna blow
2,
it Barvechos.
playing well, died
I
one
know.
time.
Turns out
Okay.
the Unidad captain decided to cash in on the uranium. He smuggled part of the Russian sample out and sold it to Santa Blanca.
You're fucking kidding.
I wish. I already took care of that Unidad captain. But the cartel is setting up that bomb as we speak.
Shit. We have to stop them.
I'm headed to Barbados now. I should get there before you. I'll try to disarm the bomb if I can.
Hold tight till we get there. We're on our way.
There are no mods. I am my own mod. Hey there, Leo. Welcome in. How you doing?
Little brother, this is Nomad. We're here. What's your status?
Took you long enough. I'm in a bad spot. Santa Blanca's everywhere. They've got the bomb blocked off. I could use some help. I'm sending you my location.
Hang tight. We're headed to you now.
Hurry. I think I can disarm the bomb, but we only have about 10 minutes before it goes off.
About 10 minutes? You really want to ballpark a detonation that could kill us all?
I won't know anything for sure until I get closer to the bomb. Hurry your asses up.
Yeah, then I can set up my
We ought to be able
Zeter
to
now.
find some intel around here.
Barbecho's plot to mine.
I guess Santa Blanca owns this too now. They've got their hands in every Bolivian industry. The billion-dollar question is who's buying from them? Oil from drug cartels and terror groups, minerals, they all get into the market somehow.
Got a tango.
Work after you finish eating.
I see a second target.
Oh.
I got a third. That makes 5.
Enjoy
spotted.
in that case.
Marking a tango. He's close to that local. I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
It's tempted to try to pull a 3 shot. What you eating there?
Watch your fire. We don't want to hit any civilians.
We got civilians dangerously close. Check your targets before you
They
shoot.
are coming this way. Oh, they're turning there. Burger from the local truck stop cafe. Nice. Of course, now you're looking here.
That was fucking close.
Yeah, okay, I was just suspecting. Hey Lou, welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you very much for that raid. Give me a second. Give you a shout out. The heck am I? Oh my goodness, come on. I can type. I swear I can type. So welcome in. What did you play? Elder Scrolls. I didn't know that you were streaming today. I would have joined. How did your stream go? Our skilled burger is like 75% the size of an Xbox controller. What the heck? The Xbox controller with the controller measurement. That's a medium size in that case. They just turned around. It went well. Just played some Fallout 4 and then testing Skyrim stuff again. Jeez, I cannot read. Okay. And how did the tests go?
Cómo quisiera estar en mi cama.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Not too good. You?
Oh. Well, I'm doing great actually. Had a great
good.
time on VR with Lone and Marvin. What's going on with you? Is it the game?
Oh yeah, we have the snafu mission. With snipers only. Sniper rifles only.
Running into some hiccups?
Not yet, but we'll do soon. Like right now.
Okay.
Okay, bye Lone. Lone left because you came in.
Oh my! Don't be petty.
Clear.
Don't be petty.
Check out that bomb
This
and see
man
what you
is
can do.
He said that so that I let him know when you come so that he can leave. When he joined.
Please don't be petty. No, that is not what happened.
We'll keep Santa Blanca off your back. Get it done.
Tell the truth, Lone. Tell the truth. What did you do? I swear this man finds a way. It doesn't matter who it is. He finds a way to gang up on you with whoever is there. He does it with you, and now he has this bromance with Marvin that I knew nothing about. I knew absolutely nothing about. Oh, sorry, I'm cutting things.
Oh, you're good. What did he do?
Lone? I see how it is. I just want to let you know that.
What did he
Tell
do?
the truth, Lone. What did you do? So he gets in there. He gets in there and he immediately is like, I'm banned and all this type of stuff. I end up crashing. This is the second time that he said, I'm banned, and then I crashed.
It's getting quiet over there. They must think we left.
Oh, wow.
That dude is hilarious, though. I had so much fun with him and Mark. Like, they were just going back and forth.
He says you're lying.
What?
He said, nah, she's lying.
That's not true.
Hey there, Shadow, welcome in. Ah, shit, who is...
Fucking sniper's got a 0.
Damn it.
I don't know how you guys, like, all of you say that. Even Marvin was like, I stayed up just for you to crash and leave, and I was like, so both of you are gonna gang up on me? And they did. That's all they do. They gang up on me.
Wait, some man can romance? What the heck did I walk into? I don't know, Shadow. I don't know. First time me hearing everything as well. She leaves whenever I want to join her.
No.
Hey,
That
Happy,
cannot happen
welcome
for
in.
everyone. everyone is saying that, but how did that can't happen for everyone? You joined and you and him literally start bullying me, and then I crash after you said I'm banned. And I'm starting to believe that you got some hacks on me or something. You got my Oculus hacked or something, because every time you say it now, I'm like crashing.
They're gonna be on top of us in another few seconds. What do we do? Sniper, get the fuck down! Sniper! Take cover. Ghost down! Ghost down! Hang in there, I'm coming to you.
You're the victim. You never bully. Sure. Sure.
God damn, that was close.
Freaking sniper.
No, Lone Wolf is a real menace. That's what's wrong with him. He's a real menace. He has this like
So we're all dead.
sweet, like, oh, I'm so nice,
fuck
and
that.
then like, soon as you get comfortable, he turns a new leaf. I told you I knew his kind.
Scratch one.
I told you I knew his kind. I was just waiting on it to come out. It's like, I know your kind. You're the quiet type. The quiet ones are always the ones that have to be watched.
We got a man down!
Oh, do I hear? Well, it's this lady brown pot.
What?
That's what's happy. What's happy is what happy is saying. My goodness, that's your lady brown pot. Wasn't a pot. It was a jar.
No. Oh my goodness. Should have let him believe it was a pot. They would have forgotten.
We need to clear the area.
How he would have just called you lady brown pot instead
They
of
would
brown
have
jar.
forgotten after a while. Oh my god.
Menace to
Happy.
society.
Hello, Leo.
Not that.
Hello, Shadow. Hello, Lone. Even though I didn't get a proper
Shit, we got company.
hello from you or a proper greeting from you.
The
Hi.
door's up.
He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get out of here
Spotting
now
another
that she's
tango.
here.
Tango number 3.
I'm not gonna do
Makes
you like that.
5.
I'm gonna
Marking
say
a
hello.
hostile. He's close to some locals. Target spotted. That brings us to 10. Tango marked, but he's got a civilian nearby. All right, that's
Oh man, I'm
15
hungry.
of them.
Yeah, sure. None of you bully. Of course you don't.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
There are only two.
Everybody
is
in
on
the
the other
chat
side.
is a bunch of liars. All of you are a bunch of
Very lovely lady
Now
for
all
brown
of a
jar for
sudden-
messing up your name. It won't happen again.
Oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, no one is a bully. You guys are crazy.
Check your targets. We got civilians all over the place. We rattled somebody's cage.
Rebels,
Coming right
Indian
at
are
us.
you
gas
serious?
Since I've gotten online,
That was a civilian,
all they do
jackass.
is
Ah,
gaslight me.
these rebels.
Rebels in Santa Blanca are throwing lead. We want to get some?
Put a call to the rebels for some reinforcements.
Copy, amigo. Sending you a fire team. Copy that, Junkie. We got a fire team moving there now.
Yes, Shadow, I did die already. More than once even. Because we got this freaking Nafu mission with sniper rifles only.
You'll be fine, man. I'm on my way.
Thanks.
Don't you dare, Unidad. Don't you fucking dare.
This thing's a total clusterfuck. It's gonna take me some time.
We'll keep Santa Blanca off your back.
Okay,
Get it
good.
done.
I am currently
Don't
working
these assholes
on
know this thing's about to pop off?
I don't think these
the
clowns have any
Carter.
clue.
Wonderful. Fucking Unidad joins the party as well.
Fuck, sniper.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Cartel security.
Man down!
Fuck that. Okay, so. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Hmm.
Now remember, Happy, I don't do controller, so I definitely won't eat any controller.
Drone is airborne.
Oh, what did you do already?
I'm taking out as many as I can on the outside without being seen.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Oh. Not too soon.
Eyes on a small group of tangos.
That's one less bad guy. They got a generator over here. Want to shut off their lights?
No, I do not want to play controller, and I will not play controller.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos. Eyes on a small group of tangos.
What is you and your beef with controllers?
I don't like controllers.
I could
They
not tell.
can't aim properly.
Aim properly?
Yes. By the time I aim at somebody, 7 guys are killing me. 3 different ways.
I'm looking at a small group of tangos.
Okay, sure. Whatever.
Oh, alone. You see, but you don't bully anyone.
Nah, no es nada.
Lone Wolf, let's play a game where against each other, where you're gonna play with a controller and I'm gonna
See what
be
happens.
playing with a PC. Let's see who's gonna have a better accuracy. then yeah, you can use your aim assist or whatever. You don't do PvP. Oh, right, sure.
You
Well,
know
me
he doesn't
neither,
do.
but I will do an exception for you this time.
Got it.
I bully you. Are you?
Oh, so do you believe me now? Do you believe me now? Do you see how he just gaslit everybody in the chat? He literally started and said you had a skill issue, and now you're the one bullying him.
Now I know he's a bully, and that's nothing new for me. I know full well he's a bully.
Yes.
A huge one even. You would never find me in a... I'm good at hiding. I have many enemies and no one found me yet. What the heck, Happy? Well, as always, mean to the lovely people in chat.
Deploying drone.
Okay. That is not one lone wolf. What lone wolf asked. that is not the answer to lone wolf's question. So far, everybody's staying quiet to your question, lone wolf.
I don't know, maybe they don't want to lie this time.
Yeah, but you don't want me to answer that. There you go, lone. See, you can't even say that without typos.
That tango's done.
That's like saying you can't even say that with a straight face.
Eyes in a small group of tangos.
Not saying anything. Just gonna sit on the roof and chill.
I may need you to have an EMP ready for when he runs out, because he's gonna try to escape.
That's how you wanna do it?
Well, I'm sure you have a better way. Bestest ghosties. You wanna tell me what I should do here?
No.
You asked, that's how you want to do it? Like, you have a better idea. And I'm sure you do, because you know this game.
Demo's primed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for him here. And I take that guy. You can take the other one. Number 2.
So, are we taking them out before I hack or after?
No, after, because before it's gonna fail. Still have to stay undetected.
Hacking now.
Okay.
I'll take out 2.
Yep.
File uploaded. Get ready.
Now.
All hell's about to break loose.
Close down.
Grab this asshole before the crowd gets him. I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
Here's our intel on enemy location.
You kill me, please. In the name of God.
God's got nothing to do with this card now.
So
It's
you
over.
didn't
You want to
even
get
need
out of here in one
EMP.
piece where your only option.
I
Understand?
guess I did.
Yes, yes, of course. Anything you say.
I told you I was
Just
goated.
get me out of here.
Transmitting intel on enemy positions.
Yeah, I won't bully y'all from now on. I'm very sorry. You
I'll do
said that
that.
before,
But
Long.
you
You
will?
said that before. Yeah.
So he's made promises to not bully anyone anymore?
Hmm.
And he broke his promises? Wow.
Look, there comes the excuses. Let me explain. There comes the excuse. Let's see. Let's see what's the excuse this time. Let's see. You know I forget.
Oh. He said that in VR chat. I don't even remember what I ate the day before.
Keep it moving, Padre.
Padre, don't you dare use that term of respect to patronize
That's no
me.
excuse, Long.
I give
That's no
people
excuse.
spiritual guidance. My congregation numbers are in the thousands.
I know my memory is shit,
Congregation in a church
but I
body
at
paid
least
for by
don't
the
say that I
cartel.
don't bully.
I brought the congregation to Sueño because he's a true believer. He knows that I bring the true word of God.
Having fun sometimes.
Seven sins,
So
Padre.
does that mean that sometimes you bully even without having fun?
The lips
Just,
of
I don't know,
wisdom
out of
are
habit or
closed,
what?
except to the ears of understanding. You are too
The heck
small-minded
does that
to
mean?
understand.
Sometimes.
Cute in comparison to the others.
SB built them for their buchones.
I've got a healthy enough ego to say I want something like this when I die. What are you, a SEAL? Because
You
I
don't know
a
what
quiet
is
professional
bullying.
who'd need something like this.
Our priest has taken a vow of silence.
You should actually read that when you're in prison.
La conozco. No te apures. If a sinner chooses to worship at my church, if he chooses to pray with me, it is my duty to God to help the flock find its way. It does not make me a criminal.
No. Money laundering makes you a criminal. Your church is built on a foundation of trafficking in white powder and kids.
Usted no entiende. I felt horrible about those children.
If that's true, then confess. Right here, with me. Absolve yourself of your sins.
May God forgive me.
In
En
the
el
name of the
nombre del
Father,
Padre,
and of
del
the
Hijo,
Son,
y del
and of the
Espíritu
Holy
Santo.
Ghost.
Yeah, what the heck, Long? Let me. That lady smiles so beautiful.
I got a video.
Then I will talk like this so that she doesn't hear. How are you happy, by the way? Yeah, what you been up to lately, guys? Everybody. Oh yeah, Lou and Leo, I didn't send you the file yet. Or files, whatever. I didn't send you the app yet. Because I am still working on it. I'll come back.
Okay, let's see. Thank you. Now I have no one.
What do you mean?
I have no one but El Sueño.
What do you mean? Shit. Unidad.
Oh. Oh, nice.
Deploying drone.
Get in the hero.
Damn, that's gonna hurt in the
Will
morning.
do.
Come on, come on. Okay, there we go. Now you can look. Okay, so how much did you play on your own? You should have some more. The heck?
I don't. I do not have more. I just have El Sueño.
Okay, let's see. La Plaga. We've done that together last time. El Muro. We've done that together last time. Gabriela. Not Gabriela. What's her name? La Gringa. We've done her together last time. El Yayo. Did you do El Yayo by yourself?
I think I did.
Okay.
Yeah, he was easy.
El Boquita.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We've done that together last time. The Beauty Queen. We've done that together. What's his name? I can't think of his name. Whatever, the journalist, we've done that together last time. When it was even bugged out. El Buki
And
too.
we did do
That's
El
you,
Muro
Lone?
together.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Wait, what did Moan just...
He said that he's El
He said
Buki
he's...
too.
So ridiculous.
What did you say? Because I didn't hear.
Oh, I was, just, El Muro. You said we did do him together, right?
Yes.
His security? Okay.
Yes.
Well then, by that, then the only person I did by myself would be
El Yayo.
Yayo. Well, the only, not underboss, but,
Head.
yeah, the only head I did by myself was on Ed.
And did you do the first El Sueño as well?
I did not.
Then this is not it. This is the second one. So should we be doing the first one first?
Wait, what do you mean?
He has 2 missions. This is the
Correct.
second one out of them.
This is the first... Really?
Yes.
Well, it said that, wow. Okay.
Wait, let me check, but... Yeah, this is the second one.
How?
The other
She said
one
talk to
is...
a rebel who may have his whereabouts.
The other one is up north. In Montepunco,
Okay,
somewhere
so-
over there. Well, not there, but in that province. Figured you had stuff to polish, that's all good. Yeah. I'm trying to get it into a better state. Doing not bad. I'm a happy rascal. I've been playing Division 2 a couple of minutes since yesterday. I stopped around 56 in the afternoon today. Around 5 or 6, I guess. But at 6, not 56. Okay. Stopped because I was really hungry. Took a beauty nap of around 3 hours and it was a disappointment again. Disappointment? Why disappointment? Happy. Gamble command? We don't have any gamble here alone. You should know that. This is not El Sueño either.
Damn, haven't seen
No,
anything like
it's
this
Sandoval's
inside the
remains.
sandbox.
Sandbags.
You don't want to get
barbed wire,
Sandoval's
observation
remains?
posts.
You want to
Rebels
leave him
must be
out
giving
here?
Santa Blanca hell.
No,
Bet these
I'm
cartel
just saying.
assholes never thought they'd be spending their time dodging snipers and IEDs. Karma
Okay,
sure
let's
can
go
be a
get our
bitch
brother
sometimes.
and bring him home.
Disappointment nap. So no action-packed dreams then. What the heck, Leo? Hey Britt, welcome in. Oh shit.
Oh, hello. Hello, Britt.
Beauty don't work. Scared the crap out of me if I pass the mirror. What the heck, Abby? That's what you mean. It didn't work. It wasn't a beauty sleep. Advertising. Oh, exclamation mark advertising.
This is our AO. This is the first time we've had
I
to
forgot
recover the dead.
promotion command.
You know what to look for.
Yeah, that's not gonna work because of that.
I got a third target.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed his head by like, oh, just the smallest little bit.
Just in a sec, Shadow. Just in a sec.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the title is Concerning Me. What's ending?
Fucking hell!
Okay.
The story. Sweets. Missions. Wildlands missions. We're on the last 3 missions. Oh, and we still have to do Operation Watchman.
Really?
Yeah, we haven't done that.
What?
That's the
Why
timed
did I
one.
think that was complete?
Nope. Unless you did it by yourself, we definitely didn't do that. Where's... No, that's not what I... That. Sounds terrifying. That's gonna be...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no action back at all. Ok. Deci română. Avem 3 minute de română. Unde sunteți? Acolo sus. Și mai este și nemarcat. Hai, nu muri, Sweet. Nu muri.
Okay. Give me a second.
Fără moarte. Bun. Și ăla bun. Mai sunt 2 persoane.
Okay.
Înțelegi ce zic? Încă unul nemarcat.
Yeah.
Da, înțelegi ce zic sau...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Au mai rămas unul singur. Și să vezi fix să stau să mă omoare. Bine, atât. Toți au murit.
Oh, well, you could have saved me one.
Ce? După ce că ești omorâtă, mai vrei să și îți salvezi unul, nu? Ce oamă.
You smell that?
Come open the door.
Ce, Brit? Despre ceva? Ce ușă? Ușa aia. Bine, stai un pic.
Got something in there. Checking it out.
Aici, poftim.
Thank you.
Cu
Being
plăcere.
a gentleman for once.
Bă, mama sărăciei. Pentru o dată.
Ba. You hush up.
Nu o să mă opresc din vorbit. Tu ia-ți acolo toate chestiile și hai să mergem mai departe. Că trebuie să facem prima misiune de la El Sueño. Eu mă duc să iau supply-urile până atunci. Eu văd că oricum merge în locații greșite.
Unless Sandoval had Selena tattooed on his neck, this ain't him.
Alright, that was 3 minutes. The mines are calling. I mean, the yard work is calling. You all enjoyed the stream and have. Leo, what? What do you mean mines? Why do you have your yard mined up? What the heck?
Bowman will too. Bowman, we've located Sandoval's body. I'm sending you the location now.
Thank you. I'll send a team to pick him up.
Alright, have a good one there, Leo. Thank you for the lurk.
No matter out.
Are you gonna run all the way there? El Sueño's proposition. Yes, this is the first one. Where did I park the helo? Right there. You understood everything. Okay, Lone, sure. Then from this point on, whenever I talk to you, I'm gonna be talking in Romanian with you, since you understand it. Stay safe. Lotus?
Yes.
You really want to run 9 clicks? 11? 11 clicks?
And if I decide to?
Probably more like 15 clicks or something, since you can go straight.
You gonna pick me up?
If you stop running.
Are you gonna watch me land the plane?
I am not going to land the plane, because this is
You're
a
gonna
helo.
land the helo. See, this is why I understood your Romanian, because your attitude is the same attitude in any language you speak. So I always know.
Duh, because it's me. That would be weird if it would be another attitude, the same person.
Of course. So that's what I'm saying. I can like inflations and the way you sound and your smart aleck, it's still the same in any language.
My what?
You're such a smart one.
Smart aleck.
It's a figure of speech for like the smarty pants. Smart mouth.
There are these 7k that need to be redeemed. Not that one. Or check. No, you might want to wait some more. Because each time you do exclamation mark off, the counter resets. The countdown resets, whatever. You wanna gamble?
What did you eat today?
You're in the wrong place then. You're asking me?
No, I'm asking you. So what did you eat today?
What? Are you asking me? No, I'm asking you. What?
Please.
But I don't know. You could be
Okay.
asking alone, or you could be asking the
viewers,
chat.
What did you guys eat, chat?
It wouldn't be the first time when people are asking my chat what they all ate.
Yeah.
My chat, my stream used to be food stream. Everybody talking about food all the time.
What did you guys eat today?
I ate a couple of gyros. That's what I ate. And I am getting hungry. Rit says he ate food.
Got a large cartel base. Keep your eyes open.
Oh my goodness. Like streamer, like viewers.
I didn't tell him anything like that.
Shut up.
It
doesn't matter. You know exactly what I mean.
I know what you mean. I'm just saying it's
Shut up.
It's not me.
No, it is you. It's
Why?
all your fault.
My fault? Fault for what in the first place?
Dosa and sambar.
Eat dosa and sambar and pineapple. That's it. That's low.
I'm pretty sure Britt ate that soggy mushroom this morning for his breakfast.
What the heck? I really don't like mushrooms, do you?
Yeah, the little soggy mushroom that comes on the English breakfast. Weapons came.
Upstairs.
Ah.
On the balcony. Wait, isn't it on the balcony? Oh, my bad. Is it up there?
Yes, I have it.
There was something on the balcony. Maybe a document. Anyway. Mushroom they have water already in it, Brit says. So mushroom cooked gives soggy mushrooms.
Hola, caballeros. This is El Sueño. It is a pleasure to finally speak with you.
Here I thought we were gonna meet face to face. Don't tell me you're running late.
I apologize for the subterfuge. But people in our line of work, we must be cautious. But I am not the liar. There are no sicarios in your area. No unidad. I only wish to talk.
Tell us where you are, then we'll talk.
I am only attempting to end the bloodshed. There is no need for it. It's bad for my business. And it is bad for Bolivia. This country has been trying to get back on its feet for decades. Do not kick it back down.
Says the guy who turned this country into his own personal glory hole. You got something of value to say?
There are 4 cars in front of you. Consider them a signing bonus.
You better say that again. Must be something wrong with my hearing. You want to hire us?
You're 4 of the most dangerous people alive. Of course I want to hire you. Every day you risk your life for your country. And your government pays you casi nada. Put those skills to work for me, for Santa Blanca, and you will make more money than you can imagine.
Sorry, we're gonna have to politely ask you to go fuck yourself.
See, we only came to this meeting to kill you. The fact that you aren't here just means you get a little more time on this earth. But I figure you should start saying your goodbyes, because we're coming for you. We're gonna burn you down.
So be it. I will enjoy watching you try.
Bowman, we're still breathing. The Sueño made us a pretty lucrative job offer.
Job offer. Did you take it?
Benefits package wasn't great. We told him we were gonna kill him. So you're stuck with us for now.
Fair enough.
You didn't finish yet.
Be in touch.
It is complete.
Did you just get the mission completed?
I got it completed.
Okay. For me, it's still showing me as the active mission when you switched. That's why I said that.
Really?
I guess it's just desync. Right. Don't you want to do Operation Watchman?
Before I swing.
Yeah.
Or okay, sure.
Like right now, because it is nighttime, so we can.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's the one that needed the time.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, in La Cruz.
Oh wait, there's another story mission.
Oh yeah, the Sandoval one.
Recover Sandoval's confession. Shouldn't there be an icon in La Cruz?
Not
For
on the
Watchman?
map.
Oh, okay.
There is a Unidad base or somewhere around middle-ish
So,
of La
can we
Cruz.
get some legal coca here?
Just
For the
mark that one.
For the altitude.
Transfers.
Yeah.
Santa
Middle
Anita.
to the west.
You know, first thing headquarters is gonna do when we get
Middle
back home is
west,
make us piss in a
okay.
cup.
But the altitude, it's getting hard
Oh,
to
is this it?
breathe.
Shut up.
This, I have this location unknown.
No, we've been at the location. I just didn't do the mission.
Okay. Gotcha.
Is the big bad guy. Yeah. Congrats, Sweet, for finishing the game. Still got 3 missions.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, just a couple, just a few more missions, but
They
yeah.
can transport supplies or cocaine faster from here.
How much horsepower you think those
Thank
cigarette
you.
boats got? 1,000? Think they need that much when they already own the river?
You want one of these boats, don't you?
Fuck yeah.
Can I find it?
No, I didn't. You said
It's
La Cruz.
along the river. Yeah, La Cruz along the river, middle towards the west.
Here?
I'm not sure. It's a Unidad base.
Cool, I'll just mark.
Smaller
You said
Unidad
along
base.
the river. Yeah,
Yes.
it's middle west. I'll just mark this area because it's middle west along the rivers.
Nah, it's further west. I see it.
Ah, understood. Further west. So, not by the river.
Congrats to Dubu for finishing the game for the 10,000th time also. Thank you, Lon. Thank you.
Yeah.
There are 3. Oh, I'm so back on stream. Yeah, we have Operation Watchman, Sam Fisher. We have the second Sandoval's confession, and then the mission itself. El Sueño itself, himself. Are you getting any talking?
Um. Oh, I was on the board. Sorry. No, still don't know.
We are here. There's no mission here?
No.
Okay, come back.
I could have sworn we did this then.
The mission, I
Or is it
don't
not
recall
time?
of doing it. It is
Okay.
timed. It's from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Is Operation Watchman paid? No. It's, they added it for everybody. You just have to move away so that the mission can get, so that I can start the mission. What is the timing game?
1.
Oh, that's... Oh wait, actually we might have done it a long time ago.
I think we did.
But go to your map,
I have.
hover over La Cruz, and look at the missions. Right click to look at the missions. And does it say completed for Operation Watchman?
Yeah, it does say completed.
Oh, we did go. I do not remember that. Actually, something I think I'm starting to remember.
Or either it might have been one of those ones that I did when you got off, Ryan, because we did a lot off the stream as well.
No, I think if I remember correctly, you did try this to do solo, but you couldn't. And we did it on... It's when we have to sneak in without killing anybody.
Got you.
Talk to Sam Fisher. And then shit hits the fan once we talk to him. And we have to cover him.
That was a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Wanted to Sam Fisher? Wanted to see Sam Fisher? Sad. It's okay. Just look up Sam Fisher on Google. You can see him.
Google Sam Fisher. Did you guys hear from Jet today or?
No, not today. I did see him in GCW at some point. But I haven't heard from him.
Probably hit him up later. See how he's doing.
You haven't finished the game, by the way? What do you mean you haven't finished the game? How did you not finish the game? Did one region and quit. What the heck are you talking about, Lone?
Sueño said the audio recorder is here.
And
exercise some extreme caution, people. We have no idea where we're
random
walking
stuff
into.
and missions.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
Well, still don't find anybody. The comm center. Or inside. Park. You talking about me leaving her behind?
Yeah, because you always do.
You were 300 meters away by the time I looked at you.
Yeah, but I always turned around and wait for you.
Right.
You got to the helo. Because I'm considerate like that.
Sure. What the heck, Brit? Like it's you don't gamble attack. Right, so I guess he'll swing on himself.
Yep.
It's Wait, that's right. What kind of kids? What are we talking about? This is an 18+ stream. Let the teens and adults do it. What the heck, Brit?
Fucking hell.
How is this shit possible?
What do you want to do, boss?
Send it to Bowman. Then ask her for some goddamn truth.
What's that?
Why do I not have this? What in the world?
Question mark?
Bowman, you there?
Yes.
What the fuck is going on?
Nomad.
No, it's a
I don't know what to
Kingslayer
say.
file.
Start with the goddamn truth.
Here.
Did you know
And then I
Ricky
have
bombed
one
the
that I
embassy?
don't have
Did you
also
help?
Of course
in...
not.
Where
I had
is
no
this?
fucking idea. Ricky, he
Montoyo?
messed up.
Messed
I don't
up?
have it there
Messed
either.
up.
There's one in
Bowman,
Montoyo.
the entire reason we are here, the whole goddamn operation, all of this is a big fucking lie.
You think I don't know that?
Everywhere
He
else
was my
is
fucking friend. He burned me harder than
100%.
anyone on this.
So what are you gonna do about it?
Sueño is still a plague. This doesn't change that. He deserves to go to prison for the rest of his life.
Prison? He deserves to get lit the
80
fuck
years
up and
old.
dragged through the streets by
What the
dogs.
heck,
Fuck
man?
prison.
I don't know.
You don't know? What do you mean you don't know?
How did I
mean,
miss
I
this
don't
file?
know.
It's not even like a...
I don't know where it is.
Bowman out.
Hmm.
Plus, this blues, not very restrictive. What is complete? I forgot. What the heck? Broccoli is potato. How can you forget complete? Wow, long. Just wow. What in the scope do you use when your guns spawn? Can't remember the name of them. On the primary I use the EXPS with the G33, I think it's called. The EXPS is like the Oops, not there. There. Is just the red dot, not red dot, the reflex sight. And the G33 is the one that you pop up and off to have some zoom. Music glitch. Okay, give me a second. There you go. Music glitch should be fixed. So that's on my primary, and on my secondary I'm using the G28 scope. The one with the red dot on top of it. It's getting worse. It's good now. Alright, good. What? Oh, 3 more. You're welcome, Shadow. Why are you asking? Oh, the one up there. Okay. Well...
Wait, are we gonna be able to access this one, or...?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
There was a mission. The first mission that we was in Barvechos was here. Where we had to... There was like 4 tanks. Like containers, tanks. With snipers on them. Actually 6, I think. Now we have to go uphill to grab one of the managers
Santa Blanca took them all over
and bring him down to the mine, to the quarry.
The digging for them.
As far as the miner's concerned, what's the difference between the two?
So I guess
One
you
boss
just
is as
didn't
bad as
take
another
the
when you're trapped a mile underground.
document when we did the mission.
Yeah.
Well, we can access it, but we do have a bunch of guys.
They've got their hands in every Bolivian industry.
So we'll have to clear our way in.
Oil from
Okay,
drug cartels,
understand.
terror groups, minerals, they all get into the market somehow.
This should be easy, right? I'm just going for the file.
It's right in the middle of them.
Okay. Alright, let's go in guns blazing.
We got a mounted weapon.
You do that. I'm not gonna do that with tier mode on.
I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna do that.
Then why did you say to go do that?
Because I was joking.
What if I did that?
I got eyes on a sniper.
You would just be
I
laughing
wouldn't
at
have
me
let you
because
do
I
it, was
died.
it? No!
Spotted one with submachine guns.
Mm-hmm.
A small group of tangos. Sniper out there.
I was just
know.
wondering.
I'm not.
Ah, okay.
Alarm over here.
Or not, but
Cold-hearted like you are.
like I am cold-hearted.
You would let me do that. You would have actually let me do that.
Yeah,
Alarm over here.
it's your call how we do it. Well, how you do it, I guess.
Tango down.
Sniper is
I
out.
asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
Copy that. Just 6 more to go. Careful with the guy up top at the minigun, because he's gonna see. Dang it, I cannot mark him. Yeah, him.
I shut off the alarm.
I see.
Target is down.
Confirmed.
Alright. I can't. Oh, there we go.
Might get the Mesha when I get around like the 60s. I don't remember people's name. people, which is scary to think. What the heck?
Target eliminated.
Sniper down.
That's okay. If you get the measure, I will get the measure as well. Because I don't remember stuff either. And copy that. Who blaming who now? Nobody's blaming nobody. Like a couple of old women with their handbags. Oh, shit. With their handbags fighting about whose chihuahua is theirs. What the heck, Brit? It would be sad to forget my favorite husky streamer. Nah, you're not gonna forget me. Go with that sniper. I used that already.
Definitely.
Oh my goodness.
Where are you?
Downstairs inside.
Knowing.
Hey there, Jerry.
Oh wow, it would be an EMP.
Yeah, thank you. My heart is good now.
Of course, you're welcome. What would you do without me?
How are you doing, Jerry? Who am I? Wow, Jerry. Wow. Just wow.
No way. Oh my god.
Much tactical, very sneaky. Not
I
really.
didn't know that. No, I didn't know they were that close. I was about to use my drone again.
You sprinted, didn't you? Upstairs.
No, I did not. No, I didn't.
Well, they did hear you.
Oh, really?
That's why he started moving towards me.
The drone
I'll
is up.
take the blame.
Did you shoot somebody upstairs then?
Spotting another tango. Eyes in a small group of tangos.
Did you shoot the guy upstairs, I should ask?
Kill confirmed.
Then?
I don't
Small group of tangos.
Because that's the other way, the other thing that they could have heard. The guy falling.
Well, whatever it was my
area for us. Tango marked. He's a little close to civilians.
Okay.
I got a target carrying submachine guns. Marking target. Watch the background. I'm looking at a small group of tangos. Sniper at the gateway.
Jeez.
What's up?
I missed a shot. Missed a shot.
Try Road to Vostok, but in winter time instead of regular mode. Oh, Road to Vostok. I forgot about that. Shadow.
There's too many eyes right here.
One coming in.
Shit balls.
One's coming in where?
I marked him.
Oh wow.
But that was not
No,
him.
no,
I don't
yes,
know what that was. Who that was, I mean.
I don't know either. I had too many eyes on me. I saw like 3 of them pop up.
I don't know if it was the sniper or not. It sounded like it was some automatic fire.
Damn, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh, they're coming.
Careful with the helo. So, Road to Vostok. Sorry. I did look at the... What do you call them? You know now.
Target eliminated.
I may go down here because there's 3 on me. Very close.
Fight for your life.
Okay.
The clothing. No. Gee, where did I try it? I don't know if I tried it in demo or in the other game. Thank you. But I started the summer one. Shit, unmarked. And of course, I started the summer one. And I checked if the fire brings up your mental even for the summer. And it does. It's not just during the winter.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah? Because I was wondering if it works the same. Or is it just a winter thing? And it does work the same.
Oh no. There's one up here, just one.
Unmarked.
Yeah, one unmarked. But he's right in front of me. I'll get him when I get
I
him.
don't see him. Oh, I see him.
There he is.
God damn. Killed
He's dead.
Copy that. Sounds like they still see you though.
That's a new one.
Kinda sad about that. Sad? Why are you sad about that? Another unmarked. I think these were the ones that were coming down, up from downstairs.
Thank you.
No way. How did he see me from there?
This is why I didn't go guns in blazing.
Yeah, I understand. You're not built like that. It's okay.
Built like what the heck?
I'm joking.
Because I think that seems like a winter challenge mode thing. Well, no, it makes sense because once he does the season changes, then you will have both winter and summer in the same game. So it should be working in both cases. So, ladies and gentlemen, side thing. Don't use explosive when raiding a compound with known S vests. What? No, always use things that go boom. It adds. What the heck? I don't ever think I play this game the way it's supposed to be played. I always go in guns blazing. There isn't a way it's supposed to be played. That's the thing. The way
you can do guns blazing is just
the way it's supposed to be played is however you want to play it.
I'll fly.
It was the 80s. Oh my great. Running blindfolded today. Way more fun. Hey, picked it. And where was the other one? You said that you had two. In Monteoc, you said there was one more.
Yeah, one in Monteoc, but I don't know where. I saw the
so it's just showing that you got one more.
Yeah, that's all.
That might be from the mission.
Yeah.
What you didn't get though is the ones from the Snafu mission. Because you what do you call it? You started interrogating the manager, and then we had to leave for the because of the timer. Or well, I thought it was the timer. As tactical as a donkey in a bathtub. So you're not as tactical as a husky in a hot tub, Jerry. I can figure out the tactical part of this. Not believing we though that I do know how. Actress, try,
I got a body
mess
here.
up,
It's
and
that rebel leader
end up
Amaru.
going Rambo
Freed
on
that
them
guy from the
anyways.
cartel.
I'm trying to call Pac, but it ain't going through.
Think Pac and his rebels threw down with the cartel, and Pac had to run?
It doesn't look like there was much of a fight here. I'm calling Bowman. Maybe she's heard from Pac.
Bowman, got a situation. You set up a meet with Pac and one of his guys.
With Pac? Where are you?
Listen, instead of Pac, we found Amaru. He's been killed. Have you heard from Pakatari?
Pakatari is here with me in Pucara.
Bowman.
The hell is going on? The hell is going on here?
No idea, but we gotta get to Bowman, fast.
Never thought I'd hear myself say this about a CIA officer, but if they heard her, I'll...
Bowman.
Got a situation. You set up a meet with Pac and one of his guys.
With Pac? Where are you?
Listen, instead of Pac, we found Amaru. He's been killed. Have you heard from Pakatari?
Pakatari is here with me in Pucara.
Never be as tactical as a husky in a hot tub.
Bowman. Let's get back to it.
Never thought I'd hear myself
Rambo
say
is
this about a
so
CIA officer, but if they heard her, I'll burn this whole fucking country down to get back at them.
Right there with you, man.
Bowman said Pac was with her. Then the call got cut off.
Might be the sat phone dropped the call.
Might be Pac fucked us. Weaver, can you track Bowman's last known in Pucara?
Got it.
Y'all making me want to play this. What you waiting for, then, Lo?
Yeah, you should think.
You haven't played it with Lotus yet.
Yeah, that's true. I actually played with Jet I think about 3 times maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times.
Okay, hear me out. I couldn't be as tactical husky in a hot tub, just saying. I found a good Dutch RP server. I did my whitelist like 2 weeks ago, but haven't flown in yet. Because it's my native language and I feel the RP is way above my level. So now I'm just sitting here. I know I'll play this for 1 day and never play it. Wow, Lone. Wow. And I never finished the story.
I thought you were ride or die, Lone.
Isn't this the girl that shits in a jar?
No, this is not. Oh my gosh. Wait, how did we come to that conclusion? I never said anything about doing that. What? Oh my goodness. I said I found the brown stuff in a jar and all of a sudden... Okay. Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
What you talking about? Lone Wolf, you weren't here last time.
No, don't, please
Something
don't.
about
Just let it
shit in a
go.
jar.
Just no. First
I
of all,
recognize your voice.
just let it go. Don't even let Lone get a sniff of this. If you know what I mean.
Snip. Wow.
Lone.
Wow, Lotus. What the heck?
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. It was a terrible pun, but it was so fitting. But look, no, Lone doesn't need to know about this. Lone does not need to know about this. I'll never hear the end of it. So please. Please.
Shadow also don't. Wait, weren't you here, Shadow? I thought Shadow was here too.
Yeah, Shadow was, but not Lone.
Or are you just gaslighting Shadow? Or are you trying to make us explain it?
Katari.
Okay, listen up. Did you go in already?
Turned on us.
I did.
We were sent here as a diversion.
Okay, I have to tell you this.
From what?
Once you get out, run for the helo and get in.
Rebels found out where he is.
Okay.
That's why I parked it like that.
Execution.
Sorry, are you saying we need to stop Sueño from getting killed?
Arrow, you were really not here, Shadow? I thought you were here. I'm speaking so that she cannot hear right now. Or was it? No, I think it was late already, so you left. Yes, Britt was here.
Contact, rebel hostiles.
And I hope you're watching.
Yes. So he recruited the rebels for business. Cute. Really cute, those things.
No, he didn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, who else could Pat Katari be siding with?
Damn, this big out here.
Yeah, the locals use it for irrigation.
Seems like overkill.
I reckon somebody was optimistic about agriculture in Bolivia.
Don't remember how exactly the story is. I'm not gonna say anything for now.
Okay.
What I am
Well, that was
going
just
to
my
say
initial
though
thought.
is once we are above the mausoleum, we're gonna jump.
Wear parachutes. No.
Yes, and land on top of the mausoleum.
On top of the mausoleum. So you're gonna land on top of the mausoleum, and I'm just gonna try and land without dying. Got it.
Sure, that too, I guess.
Thank you.
Okay, anytime. Go ahead. Calling you all? Huh? No, I can't call you. What are you talking about? Am I gonna mess it up? I'm not. Okay, I landed.
Nice.
Okay. Alright, the sniper's down. And then that guy's down as well. Okay, you should be clear to land on the roof. You're not gonna be shot down.
Coming down.
Yep, yep. Okay, so, let me catch up on chat. Yeah, I was there, I remember like it was yesterday. Good job.
Thank you. I'm proud of myself too.
I don't know, somehow when I join this chat, it always seems to go tits up, and that is not my fault. The fact. Anyway, sweet, what's up with shit in the jar? Shadow asks.
Oh my goodness, I don't know. I was looking up brown stuff in a jar from the UK, and it was they found what is it,
Drone is
Marmite?
airborne.
They found Marmite. Because I couldn't remember the name of Marmite, but I just remembered that it was some brown stuff in the jar. And as soon as I Googled it, Marmite came up. So ask Britt about the brown stuff in the jar. He knows more about that than I do.
Okay, we're gonna have to kill all these guys below us.
That's one less bad guy.
Understood.
And we have 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes.
Sir, yes, sir.
Corn porridge. So don't look brown stuff in jar. That's
Shut off the alarm.
that's literally what she looked up. Brown stuff in a jar from UK or something like that.
From the UK.
And it came up as what do you say, marmalade or what?
Marmite.
Marmite.
Tango down.
No one will remember this.
Yeah, the one thing he decides to remember, he'll forget everything else but this.
Please now.
Thank you.
I was there.
Okay.
How old is she? Because when I was younger and I looked up brown stuff in a jar, it had nothing to do with
Oh my goodness.
food.
Okay, so first of all, I was talking about food that I've tried in the UK.
Brown
And
stuff in a jar.
I was trying to explain to Britt, hello? I was trying to explain to Britt what it was, and he thought it was jelly. And I was like, no, you're from the UK, you should know this. And I was like, no, let me just look it up. And the only way I could describe it is literally what it is. It's brown stuff in a jar. I kid you not, if you Google brown stuff in a jar from the UK, it's gonna be the first thing that pops up. But you have to make sure you put from the UK. Oh my goodness.
It's gonna show you brown stuff in a jar
this.
from the UK.
Brown stuff in a jar from the UK. It's gonna be Marmite. I kid you not.
At least hopefully.
Please, please.
One less guy.
I don't. Is he underneath? No, he
Say
is.
that to people
Can we
of 30.
parachute?
We are traumatized. You should be able to parachute that, but you're gonna be shot down.
Why?
Because they can shoot you.
Hey, who is it?
The guys from behind you.
Okay, give me up, give me up, give me up, give me up, give me up. Two more. Oh, okay, yes. I didn't know there were more.
They coming up. Okay, go in.
I am.
Where are you? There we go.
I'm gonna run straight for the door.
God damn.
She was defensive too. Yeah, she was.
What? Oh my gosh. Would you not be if someone's telling you you got some brown stuff in a jar that's not Marmite? What else would it be?
I'm thinking about my friendship with Sweet.
Oh wow.
Okay, old people, when she mentions brown stuff in a jar, raise hands if the first thing that comes to my, what the heck, Jervey? Like real defensive. And for her favorite brown stuff in a jar from the UK. Consider myself old, so I'm gonna raise my hand. What the heck? I mean, I probably call for the police if someone ran at me with a jar of brown stuff. What the?
Call Pacatori for some reinforcements.
Copy that. A third team will be right there. Copy. We got a fire team moving into position.
What?
NOC Karen Bowman, Plan Bolivia after.
What a year ago? Is there a name for the brown sauce though? Because every place I visited just had with brown sauce on the menu. And I can't for the life of me remember if it had a name. First time I hear anyone serve for brown stuff in a jar. She actually sent me a screenshot. That's actually what she searched for. Like brown stuff in a jar from the UK. First time for everything, right? Oh, by the way, we have a product called brown sauce. Nah, I'm traumatized now. It's a brown sauce that's not barbecue sauce. What the heck is with you guys and brown sauces? Yeah, that's what I thought. It comes from different brands then, or...
Call the rebels for some indirect fire.
We copy. Fire for effect. Out.
Us. No, I'm sorry, I love UK people, but I feel like I don't want to go there now. It is only a name of the sauce. I'm scared. So you can have different brands give different sauces called brown sauce, which are brown sauces. What the?
Calling for indirect fire.
Just taking helos with mortars. Like instead of ketchup, we say Heinz.
Okay.
Okay, that one we're not gonna take anymore.
Rolling out.
Yeah, the Heinz ketchup. The mayo is just mayo.
Wow. I was expecting something different for this fight, but well, this final mission with Sueño. I mean, I'm not mad at this ending also, it's just kind of underwhelming.
That's what everybody's saying.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I thought there was gonna be something to do.
Something what?
Something to do.
Well, okay, I did simplify it a lot. With the rebels. Like, with going into the... Getting into the helo as soon as we get them come out. Because otherwise you have to basically drive all the way here. And there are all sorts of checkpoints and stuff that you have to run through.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Where is it? Let me see.
I called the rebels for a
New
diversion.
ending. Okay, so I have a new ending?
Yeah, we have to do this last mission again.
Okay. Let's do this last mission again.
Yeah, we're finding Amaru. Going to Bowman and then coming here. And you gotta get the second ending.
Yeah.
Nah, that's Ubisoft writing usually. Yeah. You good to go?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Man, I don't know. I just thought I'd have more interaction with the swinging somehow.
Drone is airborne.
Oh.
God, I'm bleeding. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna get in and we can go.
Okay, go. I'm in. But go quick and down.
Down?
Yes, because this is full of sound sites.
Jeez. Let me see them.
There we go. So, while you were finishing the mission, Lone Wolf was saying that he's reconsidering his friendship with you. And
What?
and that he's traumatized now.
Even after I explained. Wow. Lone doesn't believe me? You know what? It's okay. I knew it wouldn't last long either way. I should have known it wouldn't last long when every opportunity he got to be against me, he took. You
road repair kit called Marmite.
Road repair kit. I mean, it is a very strong flavor. But I don't know, it tastes very savory to me.
Shit in a jar. What the heck?
You know what, Britt? When is your birthday? I'm gonna buy you a package of Marmite.
You were a normal person. I thought you were a normal person, Lone says.
Normal? I am normal.
I got it. I'll fly.
I'll
Normal
finish the story.
people like Marmite.
Yeah, we just have to do it once more. So that she gets the second ending.
We've received word from Pakatari that one of his rebels might have discovered El Sueño's location.
Maybe.
Talk to the rebel and find out what he knows.
Yeah, you will see. You will tell us. Not sure if Brit works in road construction. Why would he need that? Normal people who drink brown sauce then eat Marmite.
Please.
People don't search up brown stuff in a jar.
Normal people
That's Lone.
Normal people make searches for what they know they will find. And I just want to make this clear. The fact that Marmite showed up, when I'm talking about word for word, brown stuff in a jar from the UK, and it popped up immediately, that's not a me issue, that's a UK issue. So,
Give me a sec if y'all want.
That's all I got.
Or drag me down beginning of the game to publish it. Alright, Jerry. You can search up Nutella lookalike in Nutella lookalike in UK. Normal said that's normal.
Wow. That's not okay. Let me do that. And I'm
not sure if that's gonna be Marmite. I don't think Marmite is gonna come up for that.
Look alike
in UK.
The UK has several Nutella lookalikes and alternatives: hazelnut, cocoa spreads, many of which will beat the original in blind taste tests. Top supermarket options include Woody Rose Essential Hazelnut Chocolate Spread and Tesco Hazelnut. I like Tesco, by the way, but Tesco Hazelnut Chocolate Spread.
Just like Brit says,
so that's literally the
comes
brand.
Up with a list of copies of Nutella.
Thank you.
Oh, that's cool.
And I looked it up just to confirm it. So
See,
what I looked up was what I knew would come up.
That's not that Lone. She was looking for Marmite. And Nutella lookalike didn't come up with the Marmite. But brown stuff in a jar from UK did come up with Marmite.
I could screenshot this too and send it to you. Like, it's literally, I said Nutella lookalike in UK. Oh, hazelnut chocolate spread. And then the only thing that's different is the brands. It's a hazelnut chocolate spread, but the brand is different.
Thing is, your Marmite looks like medication. Nah, please don't send it.
It does
I'll
not
block
look
you.
like medication.
Wait up, Jervy. Wait up, I didn't do the basic training yet.
Jeez.
I'm still flying, give me a sec. Okay, let me do the...
Oh my goodness.
Ah, bro, this lady is crazy. I didn't expect.
You guys just twisted something into something else, and now I'm the crazy one. Why is your community... No, your community is like this because of you.
Why? Because of me.
Because
Stop blaming
this is
everything on
literally how
me.
you-
What the heck?
It's your fault. It's your community. It's your community. This is how you act.
I do not
literally how
act
you
like
act.
this.
Yes. Yes. Every conversation with you goes like this eventually. Like, hey, how you
Grab
doing?
and tell
I'm
me
doing
that
great, doing good.
it doesn't look
Hungry.
like
I'm
tar.
at work. Da-da-da. And then eventually,
Took out a
I'm
lot
being
of stuff in the
gaslit and
store.
manipulated.
My store is not working, Jervy. I don't know why. I cannot reactivate the things, the items from the store. It's something
I
with
got
stream
him outta
elements.
here.
The stream elements changed a bunch of
It's
stuff.
that rebel leader, Amaru.
We freed that guy from the cartel.
I'm trying to call Pac, but it ain't going through.
Because I'm not.
Think Pac
I
and his
don't know
rebels
where.
stood down with the cartel and Pac had to run?
No.
It doesn't
Wait,
look like
no.
there was
This
much
is
of a
something
fight
else.
here. I'm calling Bowman. Maybe she's heard from Pac.
Bowman, we got a situation. You set up a meet with Pac and one of his guys.
With Pac? Where are you?
Listen, instead of Pac, we found Amaru. He's been killed. Have you heard from Pac Atari?
Pac Atari is here with me in Pucara.
Get in the plane, must but.
Bowman.
The hell is
I
going on?
can't
The
right
hell
now.
is going on here?
No idea, but we gotta get to Bowman.
I have
Fast.
to
Never
do
thought I'd
some
hear
basic
myself
training.
say this about a CIA officer, but if they heard her,
I just
I'll
don't
bring-
remember
Got a
where it is.
situation. You set up a meet with Pac and one of his guys.
Take your
With
time.
Pac? Where are you?
Listen, instead of
Okay,
Pac,
there
we
it is.
found Amaru. He's been killed. Have you heard from Pac Atari?
The
Pac
basic
Atari is
training
here with me in
is.
Bowman. Bowman. Let's get back to business.
Never thought I'd hear myself say this about a CIA officer, but if they heard her, I'll burn this whole fucking country down to get back at them.
Right there with
It's
you, man.
1%.
Bowman said Pac was with her. Then the call got cut off.
Might be the sat phone dropped the call.
Might be Pac fucked us. Weaver, can you track Bowman's last known in Pucara?
Got it.
So there. Op success is at 59% now. You guys can do ops. See, every time I join this chat, it goes tits up. I have nothing to do with it. Sweet, listen to yourself. Typing, saying it aloud, trying it brown stuff in a jar. Please, sweet.
What?
Lone Wolf is saying, listen to yourself. Whatever you're typing. Whatever things you're searching.
I told him what I searched.
It's not 69, I'm just saying. Well, you guys can still redeem the other one. I think it's advanced training for the 10%. And then it's gonna be 69. You should say stuff without consent, sweet. What?
What is he talking about?
Brit.
Brit? Oh my goodness. Okay. Whatever you guys say. I'm not, there's no way
Do it all the time.
I'm winning.
Hmm?
Whoa, you know what? It's okay.
Yeah, sure. Do
This will be the
!
last. Wow.
I do have the ban command. Go ahead, ban whoever you want. There, see, Brit just banned himself. Brit, you forgot to add whoever you want to ban. There, Lone Wolf banned. Somebody else. Lone Wolf banned somebody else. Sweet's name is not like that.
Oh my goodness. Ben!
It's just a message, don't worry.
Oh my gosh, why does it show up like that?
Because that's how the message is. But it's just the message, no one can ban besides mods.
Yeah.
Hey there, Jerry.
Yeah, cutie. Hold on, let me mute your stream real quick, because damn.
Oh, you won't. Yeah, that's okay. You're gonna be banned as well.
It's fine. No. Thank you. I don't know the buttons anymore, so there's that.
That's okay. You know WASD and click.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the most important.
Okay, shift. How do you do your drone thingy again? I don't even know that
Z.
anymore.
Z.
Okay. I have a sniper rifle? Well then. This should be fun.
The drone is airborne.
Oh, shit. Well, I didn't really do that, but...
And you just banned another Sweet. You banning everybody called Sweet. Just not her.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
You're able to put like a silencer on your gun, aren't you?
Mostly. Aim down sight and press F.
F?
They said they're gonna ban you because you're loud.
Gervais not loud anymore.
He's not loud.
Was I loud? Oh, sorry.
A little. No, it's okay.
No, you're
It's
good.
okay.
I had you at 125.
Yeah,
125,
same. I did
Jesus.
too.
Well, you must really like my voice.
No, it's when you were whispering, when you were doing ASMR.
Oh, okay. How do I change my loadout? I don't even
Your
remember.
community is amazing. They don't know whether to bully
Press
you or
I.
flirt with you.
Oh, is it I? Wait, how do I
Yeah.
know what it is? Hold on.
They don't know what?
Inventory.
I said your community is amazing. They don't know whether to bully you or flirt with you.
Both. We do both.
We do. We do both, he says.
Yeah, you know?
Oh, you're in
He
here.
just likes belly rubs, okay? It doesn't matter.
It is. It's very soothing. It's nice, relaxing. Yeah. Oh, Britt said you have a sensual voice. You're sensual.
What?
Sure are a lot of light switches.
They're talking about your sensual in
Hold on.
in the
Make these more
chat.
sexual.
And now he's gonna start ASMRing.
Oh my.
Does that make your nips hard red?
Whoa.
I'm not allowed to pet
I've
or
seen
flirt with
romances
Mulan
all
anymore.
day
What the
today.
heck, Shadow?
Listen, romance is where it's at.
Oh, let me call in a small helo, cause
Yeah, W bromances.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
oh, are you serious?
Fucking silencer on it, honestly.
Back!
Oh, this one, huh?
Why do you have to be so
First
dumb?
we glaze, then we blow.
Yeah, yeah.
You need to turn that voice up.
What the heck?
Okay. Come here, titties.
Sweet, we're not gonna be living with that helo anymore.
I see. I'm getting out.
Is that because of me?
No, it's because of Beck putting the other helo in the ass of the one that was already there. I'm feeling things inside. What the heck, Brit? I'm not gonna say anything.
I had a guy that works in
I asked Pacatari to send us
audio
a vehicle.
stuff, helping out with the whole EQ thing on the mic. So. Oh wait, hold on. Wasn't it belly flop? How does it work again? Just walk up to the cliff and just jump and then. Oh.
I don't think you can do that there. It's not deep enough.
FYI chat, if somebody ever played the Division, that's I don't look that cool. I don't look that cool. It's like that thing. I forgot everything about this game.
You said you look cute tonight.
Wait, I have landmines and FC4. I can blow shit up.
Please don't blow ourselves up.
I just don't know how to do it anymore, but...
You drop stuff with G. And if it's like default, 4. You scroll through the things with 4.
Oh, okay.
And with the C4, so you hit G to drop it, and you hold down to detonate it.
You sure you should be telling me this?
Yeah, because there is like a 10% chance that you won't blow us up. 10% more chance that you won't blow us up.
Okay. I'm a tad bit quiet apparently, Bulan. So you know.
We'll fix.
Oh, fuck do I get out? Jackson.
Bowman.
Okay, once you get out of the cutscene, go straight for the helo. Both of you.
Oh god, do I have to do this? Wait, I don't. I've never unlocked this. Cannot do shit here. I can stand in front of the door, but that's it.
Oh. Well, let's see if she comes out, if it's gonna work.
I'll get in next to you, you know? I'll massage your thighs while we're in the chopper.
Do we already? Yes, we did do this, but we have to do it again. Well, let me know when you're out though, because I'm not on the screen.
I will. I'll let you know. I'm not on the screen either. All I saw was a gun floating around. It's PC.
Say something, Gervais.
Hey, cuties. Would you like some shit in a jar?
Marmite in a jar. We could do Marmite in a jar.
Brown stuff in a jar.
Same thing.
From the UK.
Brown stuff.
Have you ever had Marmite?
Listen, Patriotic says this guy should do streaming. Wow. Really? Never thought about that.
He is streaming. Well, every now and then.
I stream every now and then a fucking full moon. You know, when
like 2-3 times a year.
Like
contact.
I'm out.
Hits the jar just right.
I'm about to die.
So the shit in the jar. you know, that's what I stream.
And when the stuff in the jar gets brown, he streams.
I mean, I might return to GTA RP streaming because I have so many great ideas for it.
In Dutch.
No, I do want to test out the Dutch server at some point, but I'm still too self-conscious about my own language, you know.
Oh, wait. Do you remember how to parachute?
Yeah, spacebar.
Okay. So we're gonna land on top. We're gonna jump and land on top. I didn't say now.
Oh, you guys are jumping already?
No. Well,
Oh,
she
both
did.
of you were out? Oh, she did. Okay.
Sweet. At least come towards the mausoleum.
Goodbye. Have a great time.
Yeah.
Good time. Bye.
Yeah, maybe I just wanted to float around a little.
You just wanted to get rid of us, okay?
Yeah.
Alright, jump now.
Gotcha. Wait, how do I get out? I need to land on the roof, you said?
Yep, if possible.
Gotcha. Bro, I got this. I'm a pro at this, you know? Oh! See? Told you I'm a pro at this. Did not die.
Nice landing. Nice landing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Alright, take the guys out beneath you.
I don't even know where the guys are at. Oh, there's one up there.
There was.
Oh, never mind.
There's one up here as well where you are going.
That's fine. I'll take him out. Got this.
Got one.
I actually have my silence on. Okay. The fuck are you shooting at?
The two heroes.
I mean, the one hero's going down. Oh, that one right over there.
Okay, one's down.
Okay, sweat lord. Okay, sweat lord.
Second one's down.
I did that. I did that.
Okay. Alright, now we have to clear everybody below us. No, not the rebels.
The drone is up.
Jesus.
Drone going
Rebels are helping.
Would you like something? Oh wait, overwheel.
The rebels get a 20 on any Sicarios?
Shadow's sending you a feed pic, Chervey. Just so you know.
I mean, that's fine.
Oh.
You know what? Fuck this shit. Leroy!
Pop your shoot, man!
Check. I didn't die. Ah.
I made it here, nice.
Do I go inside to kill them all? I do.
Yeah.
Sure. Go inside. Once you get inside, the timer is gonna stop.
I mean, it's not opening the door though.
Oh, that's right.
No,
You
no, I
can.
have to
Damn,
open
that's
it.
gonna hurt in the morning.
Oh.
I have to open it.
Yeah, because remember the first part didn't work for you either, so this is not gonna work either.
Yes.
Sit down, bitch.
Because she needs to get the second ending loan. She got the first ending so far.
I think you cleared them all. It has the voice that you could put in the background of an audiobook or background speech.
If you heard this voice under your bed, you ain't complain. What the heck?
Oh. Oh, okay. Well.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, what took you so long?
You're welcome.
You're still on the roof?
Yes, I was. But I can revive you.
Oh, he can go inside. I cannot. Okay. Guess I'll just stand up with my dick in my hand.
NOC Karen.
His voice under your bed. You're not complaining? Jesus Christ. Making my nips hard, dude. Why can I not enter the mausoleum? It's fine though, you know. I don't mind being left out. No. Is that the feet pick? Oh boy.
Just two endings, Lone Wolf. Just two.
Hey there. You wanna buy some Pokemon cards?
What the heck?
Wanna buy some Pokemon cards? No?
What the actual heck?
Bro, you haven't even seen my beard yet.
Maybe a little smooth for this guy. What the heck?
Can you stop looking at my ass? I know it's nice, but stop looking at it. Wow.
There. And go and follow him, guys. And then you'll see whenever he goes live.
No hay nada aquí. Los culeros ya se fueron.
Zumba ya, esto de esperar a que tocaba.
That's you, Gervais. That's me. It's a me. Mario. Yeah, don't fall in love, though. I'm a ginger. I don't have a soul. That's great that it says reach, but this...
That's live 67 months.
Last live 67 months? Yeah, I don't go live that much. Planning on doing, though, at some point. The thing is, I just don't know what to play. That's about it.
Okay, one soulless anyway.
Stock sunscreen. Has it been 6 to 7 months again since I've been live? Jesus.
¿Qué fue eso, pues? Ya me picó el mosquito.
I require all the cake. Oh, God. Bullen, I feel like I'm getting objectified by your chat. I don't know.
You're welcome. What the heck, Lone?
You are. You just say, why? I don't get that meme. I don't understand the fun of it.
Okay, so I just watched it. I actually do like the second one better. Because it kind of feels like it'll give you something more to look forward to or whatever, but yeah.
6, 7. I don't understand the.
Hello, young, and I still don't get it.
Yeah, no, I don't get it either.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Lone Wolf with his 6, 7.
I don't get it.
Oh, it's a song. That's from a song. It's from a song. Probably a song you guys haven't heard.
That's old.
No. I haven't heard the song either. I was told it was from a song.
I don't even know, man. I know South Park made an episode about it, but that's about it.
Okay, so wait, which one was the second one? Because I don't know the order. The second ending.
She doesn't get it. I don't get it. Nobody gets it.
The second ending was her not shooting him in the back of the head.
Oh, not
and
shooting.
he lived as an informant until he couldn't inform them anymore, and then fled to El Salvador and then Peru to start a completely different operation and do everything all over again. So, I have the hero here. You guys want to...
Come in. Come in. There is it.
Show me. Give me a gun. $69 to $420, but it doesn't make any sense, does it? What?
Okay, not getting it. Alright. So now you've got all your missions done. Oh shit.
Let's play in GTA. GTA is great.
Alone is talking about the GTA Online though.
Yeah.
Not RP.
It's so fun.
He's gambling.
GTA Online is fun as well.
Actually, he might be talking about RP as well.
I saw red on the map, sorry. Somewhere over there.
Alone says, no, you missed shopping. Notice.
First of all, I do. And second of all, give me some money. You've got all the money, so give me some money so I can go shop.
Wow.
So, if you don't know where Lotus is, just look in the shopping mall in GTA. I mean, in the shopping, whatever.
Be quiet. That is not true.
No, people have to know what we're talking about.
That's not true.
What Lone is talking about.
Well, Lone doesn't give me money. I need more money.
So 6 apparently
He's
comes
the
from a
richest one of
song
us all. He has
or a
more money than
basketball
all of
player.
us.
Bullen is the richest one in GTA.
No, Lone.
Lone.
I am the broke one.
You have
Well, no,
one
that
million
actually
now?
might be Jet. That actually might be Jet.
Yeah, that probably. Actually, it definitely is Jet. Because he has all
Yeah.
three
I don't even know how much money I have
mansions
in GTA Online.
and everything.
No idea how much money I have in GTA Online.
Me neither.
I knew I had a shit ton.
Hop on
might have a
GTA,
few
then I will be
million
able to give.
Oh, Jesus. Great flying, though.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
What? Back? Seriously?
I'll fly.
This is
Frag out.
gonna...
Sorry.
What the heck?
Uh-oh.
Are you okay, Willon? Some help?
Shit, I'm hit.
Shit.
I am. How about you? Just killing
I
yourself.
try to save you, okay?
So
Wow.
50 win.
Wow.
Son of a bitch.
Anybody bring marshmallows?
What the?
Did you just shoot at me?
No. I shot at both of you. Aha, you missed.
Yeah, that works.
Yo, I'm placing a mine.
Oh,
Wait, who? Did you place a mine?
no,
She did. She did, yes.
I did not.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about
I
that.
heard the line. The line. I'm placing a mine. It was the female voice.
No. I give it the answer.
Oh, right. Okay, sure.
Yeah, just get me up right now.
Damn.
Thank you.
He landed on himself
But
with
look at the
you.
true troublemakers. I guess I'm the troublemaker.
Frag out.
You missed.
Yeah, I know.
Frag out.
This
Heads up.
place.
We could have taken a chopper there instead of fucking swimming. Just saying.
I don't
Yeah,
even
but I
know where
broke
we're
it.
going. I don't know what's next.
Just
know.
running. We're
It
just
says
running.
it says mission submarine fleet 1 nearby, but
Oh, you
What?
don't have it.
Oh, those are other missions.
No, that means that he didn't finish it.
We're in Comandos.
no, I've never
Oh.
finished this game ever. So.
She still
could you?
has a bunch of.
I thought you were a supporter.
No, I just like to bully Bulan.
I was under the impression that all of you kind of like played this game.
No, I just like to
No?
bully
No,
Bulan. I
they
spent
just
quite a
watch
few hours
me
on DayZ
play it.
with Bulan.
They just like
Lone
to
said, "Don't revive her."
see.
Lone, I can't
Listen,
wait
alright, my mama said I'm
to
special.
get my hands on you.
So,
Oh, I do remember this place though. With
yeah, this
Gervais
mission
being
nearby,
up there
right? Should we
and jumping
should I
down.
just, like, do it? Oh, it's a story mission. Wait, hold on. That's something over there. You know what that is?
It's in that montage that I did, where you're in there.
Oh, the belly flop. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Like, can I jump down from here? Next moment, he's
Apparently
down.
not. Apparently not.
You could jump down.
I mean, yeah, I could, but where's the fun in that?
Oh, there's people.
Yes, there are people. A bunch of them.
I just got ran over. Okay.
I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
Took you long enough.
Thank you. Oh. Wait, where are you wearing a
Keep your
cowboy
brown
hat?
stuff in a jar, hands away from me, Lone says.
Wow. Wow, you don't like Marmite? Why does everybody hate Marmite?
Probably because
Brown
it
stuff in a
looks
jar,
like
yeah.
brown stuff in a jar.
Thank you, Gervais.
You know,
Okay, I'm gonna get up out of here.
Please don't run me over, Jesus.
Can't, even if I wanted to.
I not get that.
Can't drive. Oh my god, my abs hurt. Please.
Your abs hurt? From what?
Yes, because I went to the gym. I went to the gym and I can't stop laughing.
Well, who goes to the gym?
What?
That's one down.
Oh my god.
I like Nutella more, I'm not gonna lie, Shadow says.
I'll drive.
My god.
Hitting headshots though.
Tango is fucking down.
Jesus. Cracked at this. What? Oh, you want me to get in? Jesus. Okay. You're stoned, dude.
Are you doing this? Are we doing this mission?
I don't know. Well, I can start, I guess.
Go for it. We just gotta blow up a sub.
Oh, that's easy. I can do that.
What do you mean? I
left.
forget nothing. I don't ever forget.
It's good that we went undercover here and, you know, sneak in here.
Oh, you guys just ran in there. I was looking at you
I
guys
would
running in
never.
there
I would never.
with Sweet in the front.
Of course, yeah.
First of all.
I mean,
didn't
it's
know
not
that
as
was the
thick as my
mission.
voice, Brit. Just saying. My voice is
It
thick.
doesn't matter. There's a mission or not. There were tangos. Full of them.
Thick as wood. It's like food. It's like soil. How do you know what soil tastes like? How much soil have you eaten?
Well, that's a private question. You don't ask a man how much soil he's eaten.
No. He
No,
said
no,
it tastes like
that's-
soil. How much soil have you eaten? Because
that's a
Marmite
private-
tastes
you
like
don't ask
Marmite.
a man about how much soil he ate.
I'll
you know, as a
ask
kid.
that man how much.
No, you
One with
don't.
some
That's
machine guns.
I'll
More,
ask that man how
more
much.
than Marmite.
More.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
We got a mounted weapon.
These should be all from this side. And she blames me for forgetting
Eyes
stuff.
on a drug sub. This must be Cerebro's luxury model.
But how do you even see me, bro? Oh, shut the fuck up. That's bullshit.
You're not
We're
eating a
hunting
worm
them.
because of Bear Grylls. Well, at least we don't have mortars shooting at us.
Fair enough, yeah.
I asked the rebels to recon this area.
But he has eyes on him.
On who?
The one I marked. Number 1.
Yep. He's dead.
He's dead.
Thank you.
Oh, they're shooting at me though.
That's one down.
Bro, just fucking...
And
Kimbo in a Uzi, okay. 2 Uzis in one. That's highly unrealistic.
Fuck.
Deploying drone.
How about you not let me get shot next time?
So do we need to kill? Oh, this guy right here. Oh, he dead.
unrealistic dual Uzi. Yep.
Where am I even supposed to go? In the water?
No. Inside.
Why are you in the water?
Because I'm swimming out. I wasn't
You're
there.
gonna smell like wet dog, okay?
You're welcome.
You had to blow up the fleet, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to walk all the way around. Oh, there's something up on that thing over there. The bridge thing.
Go ahead and grab it.
I don't even know how to get there.
On the bridge on the side. You see the stairs there?
Oh, shit. Oh, the stairs. Oh.
I got the C4 primed. Target destroyed. Don't get slack with that security.
And on the top part, go over to the other side.
Yeah, it's like a little star thing. So.
Yeah, bonus medal.
Yeah, that. I mean, yeah, it's unrealistic having fucking 2 Uzis. What do you think the kickback on that is? No, I'm not from America, so I don't know how it is to hold a gun, but it's a bit unrealistic.
I asked Pakatari to send us
Hold on, I'll come to your side.
Pick it up already.
No, I was gonna fucking jump off the bridge, but okay. Oh, who's flying?
Me.
Yeah, so say what you were gonna say. Say what you were gonna say, because you thought it was me who was flying like that, didn't it?
I would never.
Just say what you were gonna say. Say what you were gonna say. Well, okay.
I mean, OnlyFans girls make a lot of money on selling shit in a bottle. In a jar.
What?
So, they sell bathwater and farts, so, you know. I don't know, you Google it, I don't know.
I googled Marmite! I googled Marmite!
Not really. You googled brown stuff in the jar.
First of all,
from
the
UK.
From the UK. We keep leaving that part out. From the UK. That's more of a Brit problem than a me problem.
Now she lying.
Ask Brit why they have brown stuff in a jar in the UK. Ask him.
Brown stuff is brown stuff.
In a jar from the UK. Oh my goodness. His OnlyFans has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I mean, I thought as well.
Tango's fucking down.
Well, that works. At least I shot one of them.
I was sniping as well.
Yeah, who fucking did the explosion then? Wasn't me?
Me? That's what I'm saying. I was sniping as well.
Marking an enemy.
I'm literally too lazy to do anything.
And target number 3.
Deploying drone.
Heads up, we got a turret.
That Tango's done.
The rebels scope out any Sicarios.
my god, we have to bring up your spotting.
Well,
He makes 5.
don't get your hopes up. I don't play this a lot.
Sniper out there.
I know.
Oh, get fucked. Watch me take out the sniper in one shot. Watch me, watch me. Oh, well, I missed. Close enough, though.
Oh, wow.
I tried. Bulan once explained to me, like, the whole, like, aiming thingy, but I can't remember.
Got him.
It's not that I was not interested, I just forgot. That's something to do with the stripes
One
on the
sniper down.
thingy. One sniper down. She's so good at this game. Yeah.
Hey there, Benji. Yes, we're playing co-op.
I don't, like, chat, Bulan is still
Yes,
Bulan.
ma'am.
Please don't leave him because of me. He deserves the love.
We got a drug sub
I
to
guess I'm
demo
just here for
over here.
comedic relief.
Keep security tight.
Oh, fuck, I missed. Well. Bro, you just took a fucking... Oh,
Target
you
down.
had armor, okay.
I took him out.
That's...
There's a list of brown thingies in
So good at
jars.
this
Stops.
game. The fuck?
Word bottles. Ow.
Can I not just take cover like a normal person?
I got you. I got you.
Fucking hell.
Sweet, don't believe Benji. He's new here.
What? I'm not a bully. You guys are.
She is a bully, isn't she?
I am not. All clear. All clear.
No, you're... why am I still getting shot then?
It's all clear. It's all clear.
It's not.
I don't...
She said
It
it's
is
all
clear.
clear as she's being shot
How
down.
did I die? And she's not even in the mission. She's not even in the mission.
I am.
She's just chilling.
I
No, you're
am.
not.
No, you're
No,
not.
you didn't join. It's me and Bulan.
It's all clear.
Bulan, did you just pull favorites?
Huh?
Did you save her before me?
I saved whoever
did.
was closer.
What?
Help!
Took you so long.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Let me see.
Help! Help!
Thank you. Are you sure you want to play with a bunch of bullies? Benji.
God, I'm bleeding.
Oh my
Jesus.
gosh.
Okay,
Unmarked.
I'm going in.
Unmarked.
Leroy!
Unmarked.
Oh god, I might die.
Another two by
I
me.
won't die, I'm in the boat. I'm in the boat. I won't die. I'm the Captain Jack Sparrow.
It cost me a gaslighter.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean,
Hold on, stop burping.
loan. I mean...
I got a target carrying submachine guns.
Thank you.
Oh.
Target number 5.
Oh, gee. Oh my fucking god.
That's 5
okay.
tangos.
There's a hole in the middle of the boat. FYI. I might or might not have fallen down. I will not.
I was a cancelled bully, so I got some rage on reserve. What the heck? Are you on PC,
Why
Benji,
is
at
there a
all?
hole in the middle
He's
of the
number
fucking
5.
boat? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay.
I see a 5th target.
Falling back, falling back. Okay. Up. Oh, that's bullshit. Help!
I just requested a rebel recon of this area.
Deploying the drone.
I was cancelled by a bully?
Took you long enough.
Sure you want to join this? You sure?
Enemy down.
I mean, I'm not
Sniper's
saying I'm a
out.
bully, but I heard that Bulan is a bully every now and then. I have my
Everybody here
sources
is a
that tell me
bully.
he's a bully. I have my sources
They're
here
coming
that,
towards us, Boo.
Copy that.
Okay, I guess I'll do all the hard work and blow up the whole thingy. I got you. It's fine. I'll go there.
I did that at the last one.
Gotta do everything around here, don't I? Jesus.
By the way, what? By the way, be careful with the girl called Sweet. She looked up brown stuff in a jar.
Yeah, she
Oh
does. She does
my
weird stuff with the jars.
goodness.
And blames
That's the thing.
everybody else for making it sound odd.
Dude.
Do I swim up to this thing in place? How does this work?
What the fuck in the jar
How
is
does
you
this
say?
work, Bolon? Do I swim up to it, or do I just...
You have to blow it up somehow.
Yeah, but how?
It
Do
doesn't
I-
matter how, just blow it up.
Oh. So how do I select which explosion I need again?
4. You
Benji,
scroll
all
it
I
4.
was trying to do was
scroll it 4, I got you.
Marmite, and they turned it into something completely.
Say it. How did you search for Marmite?
Okay.
Don't leave that part out.
You didn't have to do all of that. You didn't have to go there. The point
So how many
is,
C4s do you need to blow up a boat?
1.
should I even revive you?
Yeah, okay, I'm going for it.
I got the demo set.
Okay,
Thank you.
Benji, I'm gonna be
Get some.
completely honest with you.
and then
I
Hoji,
was
right?
looking for Marmite.
Yes.
And they all know that I was looking for Marmite.
Nah,
But the
she's talking
issue
bullshit.
is
She was
how
just
I
Googling brown stuff.
hold on. The
She was
issue
Googling brown
is
stuff in the
how
jar.
Jesus.
She was.
The issue is how I looked it up.
She's a little
So they
perv.
turned that into something completely no.
That's
they
a
turned
guilty
that
chuckle.
into something completely different.
Submarine destroyed.
Yo, you need to go to
Let's get the
church.
fuck out of here.
I do go to church. I'm going to church.
Fuck.
Sounds like a guilty pleasure now. What?
It is. It is.
No,
Just
it's not.
listen to the man with the sweet, soothing voice. You know
So
it's the
all
truth.
I looked up was brown stuff in a jar from the UK, and
I
it
don't trust
came
this.
up exactly for Marmite.
Oh,
I
that's-
never
well,
talked to her in my
ask
life.
the
No one
UK why
says.
ask the UK why they have brown stuff in a jar. It's not my fault.
No, I just talked to Brit.
Wow,
Brit is
Lone completely
a
disowned me just now.
Brit knows.
Wow.
Brit knows about people with deep voices, and he goes like, if you have a deep voice, you're trustworthy.
Oh
so
my-
trust me, she's weird.
No,
little freak.
that is the
She's-
farthest thing from
she
the
is
truth.
She's a little freak.
No, you're a liar, and you're a liar.
Brett, tell me I'm lying. Brett,
You're
tell me I'm
a
lying.
liar.
Listen to my voice. Tell me I'm lying.
Goodness.
Oh.
What
Good
led
job,
to
team.
that surge, though?
Did a great job.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up
You
here.
don't
What
wanna
led to
know.
the search
I don't
was
even know
Brit.
anymore.
What led to the search was Brit. Okay, I was talking to Brit about breakfast.
Listen,
This all came about from breakfast. I was
why
like,
are you?
there's
Hold
some.
on. Why are you blaming my Pookie for your shirt? Seriously,
First of
Brit's
all,
my
you're
Pookie. You don't.
First of all,
Listen,
and your
Let's
no,
get
Brit's my
control
Pookie.
was talking
nations.
about breakfast.
No. Brit.
And-
Brit told me I have a sweet voice, so now he's my Pookie. Don't blame my Pookie for that stuff, okay? Brit,
I'm not blaming him. I said
I
that
got
we
you.
were talking about breakfast, and we were talking about different sauces in a jar. He thought I was talking about jelly, but I said no, it's brown, and it's not brown sauce because the
Brit,
UK
isn't it?
has like a sauce called brown sauce. It's literally just called brown sauce.
Don't blame
But
Brit.
no, it wasn't
Brit is
that,
an
it's
angel.
Marmite. Please.
Listen, my voice can control nations, okay? And the best thing is, I'm not from Germany, so I'm allowed to do it as well.
You know, this is why
Austria,
it's pointless
sorry.
to go back and forth with liars, because every single one of you are lying right now, and you're all taking up for one another. Benji doesn't even
Black
know me, and you guys
sausage
are
for
giving
breakfast?
him a terrible first impression of me. I am so sorry, Benji. But you know what?
Benji, like sausage for breakfast?
I'm done.
You what? You what? Okay. I mean, we don't judge, you know? It's 2026.
We got
Don't
friends
put your-
back 100%, as you should. W Bromance in the chat. W Bromance. That's so cute. I wish I had friends loyal like that, even when I'm lying.
When a woman says
Well,
it's brown, it's going to
It
be
would
brown.
help. Like, honestly, it would help if you would have a cock.
Hey,
Like,
Odie.
you know, bros be bros.
You know what?
Bros be
I do
bros.
believe
Welcome
that.
in.
I do believe that. I do believe that
Bros be
that's a
bros.
thing.
Yeah,
I do
you know,
believe
the
that's a
boys-
thing, yeah.
Like,
W
there's,
Bromance. Like, I'm
if
not
you-
even mad at it. Just W
if you want to
Bromance.
hear absolute, like top tier flirting, I want to voice chat with the boys, you know?
Love you, bro.
Did you know, Bulan, that we did like open lobbies in Phasmo, right?
Okay.
And people actually asked me if me and Hammy were like a couple.
I mean,
He said, I believe you
we
sleep.
went fully
You're
along.
okay
We're
in
like,
my
yeah, you
books,
know,
but it
we
sounds
like
sus.
we touch beards, you know.
I mean, you know what? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Let me show you why I'm not surprised.
Oh God. Okay,
I'm out of the game for a bit.
I'm gonna mute my music. I'm gonna listen to this clip because it's probably a clip, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's gonna be a clip.
I think actually it's a double. It's a couple of clips. If I
Depends,
remember
Benji.
correctly.
Do you have a cock? If you have a cock, you're allowed to join. I'm kidding. Sorry.
You see, you're okay in my books, but it sounds sus though.
You speak your facts. Yeah, bros are more flirtatious than.
Well, that's a misconception. I don't believe that there's, as far as men and women, something more than the other, besides like the natural like ability, like for strength and different things like that. Like naturally, men are stronger than women, that kind of thing. But I don't
Okay, hold
believe
on.
like when it comes to
I'm
like
gonna mute the voice
emotions
chat
and
real quick
stuff.
because I cannot hear the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
What were you saying? Sweet.
He said something about like men are more flirtatious, and when it comes to like that kind of thing, I don't think that there's like a like men over women or women over men kind of thing with that. Because there are freaky people all over the world, men and women. Oh, do you have he's added, right? With you have Benji added because he wants to join.
Now, get on Discord and add me on Uplay.
Lone Wolf is still trying to ban.
Did he ban somebody else again?
He tried to ban
I
me,
don't
but
know.
he didn't get me.
This time he banned you, not somebody else.
No, he did not ban me. We love touching beards. No, okay, so the bald head, with the beard combo, undefeated. Bald head with a beard, with a glorious beard, that is an undefeated combo. Triple points if the beard is shiny.
I have to find it. I have too many clips.
No! I'm not saying you're bald. I was. God. I was not saying you're bald. I never said that. I said that combo is undefeated. That's all I was saying.
Ah, there you go. I found it. I will have to touch tits also.
No, I really didn't. Oh my
to...
gosh.
What the?
I never called him. Why? Oh my god.
It's the
I'm
same,
done.
Benji.
Okay, I'm done talking. Every word is twisted. Like, how do you even?
Okay, there you go, guys. There.
Okay, thank you.
Check that and yeah, check that.
What?
That is Gervais and Ham.
Not that clip. Not that clip. Oh my god.
Yes, that clip. That's why I said I don't. I don't. I'm not surprised that they ask you two guys. You're a couple.
Just please. Oh my god. I wanna cry. I wanna actually cry. I'm
What the
toxic.
heck,
I'm
Odie?
rude. Oh my gosh.
Oh god, I'm crying. Crying. I can smell soap. Taste soap. Oh god. Oh wow. That, to be honest, was my best interaction that I've ever had while being in cuffs. Just saying. Yeah, see, boys are better with boys than girls. Yeah. But I couldn't cuff a girl and shove a bar of soap up her ass. That would be weird.
Careful, because there's a SAM site here. Sweet. And
Yep. Yes.
Oh
send. Okay, join up on Discord. Join up on Discord and join up on the Join to Be Dragged channel. I'm gonna drag you.
I hope you're not bald with a beard. She likes that. Just saying.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I was not calling you bald.
No. Yeah, you called me bald.
Just saying no, I'm just saying like that combo is elite. Like a lot of people rock that combo. You know, it's nice.
I'm crying myself to sleep tonight. Just saying.
I'm crying too. I'm gonna cry also.
Shadow, what did you say? Jesus Christ. Oh my. Okay, do we, are we gonna clear that thing? No.
Sure, go ahead. I'm going in here to get rid of the jammer.
Lone said I'm bald too.
I'll be back in a
I'm
second.
not bullying anyone.
Yeah, stop bullying baldies.
I'm not bullying anyone.
No, Lone, you don't have to go to sleep, bro. I got you. You are loved. At least by me. Not sure about her, though. She's kind of a bully, isn't she?
Lone, get out. Just get out. Just go.
Have a good night, Lone. Oh well, good night, good morning, whatever
Sweet,
you
no,
say
good
it
night
for
to
you.
See, that's what you get. That's what you get.
No. He already said goodnight to everyone. That was a given. I knew he wasn't gonna say it to me. That's fine. I hope you have a nightmare. I hope you have a nightmare.
What the heck?
See how this is? See how this is? So we're working here.
Okay, good night. Good night. Good night, Lone. See you later.
Hey there, Benji.
Ooh, Benji, what's up, man?
No.
What's up?
Oh, yeah, it's
Hello,
boy.
Benji.
You're outnumbered, Sweet. You're outnumbered. Just saying.
I know. I've been outnumbered this entire time. This doesn't change a thing. I've been outnumbered this entire time.
Hello, Sweet.
There's another one right
Hello. How are you?
Fine, I'm fine.
I got eyes on an air defense system.
Wow.
Wow.
No,
Yeah,
Lone is milking this right now. He's okay. So here's the thing. Lone is like
he feels
laughing
like a
so hard, but he's milking this.
No,
he
he
is
feels like a
milking
lonely wolf right now. No, he feels like a
No,
lonely
he's
wolf.
got so much ammunition against me
I got
now.
another. That's 5.
No, look at Brett. Look at Brett.
He's gone.
What the heck is happening?
And Shadow. But I was at least cool with Shadow, but Shadow's like.
No, don't come at Shadow.
No.
Don't come at Shadow. No, don't even think about it.
No, I'm not coming for Shadow. Shadow was my friend.
Think about bullying Shadow. No, don't
I
even
thought
think
he
about
was my
Shadow.
friend. I'm not bullying him.
No, you're not allowed to bully Shadow.
Wait, Benji, can I
Jammers
get some
down.
help?
Nice.
Did you come to help? Did you come to save the day a little?
Yeah, for sure. I'll be right back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh. I just went down because you said I was bold.
What the heck?
The drone is up.
Didn't work.
Emotionally damaged so much that I.
Oh no! I
just
think they
fell
take
down.
I'm sorry. I think they're like what is it called again? Where they take more damage when they're
Alerted.
alert.
Damn, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Me,
Thick skin.
Yeah, thick skin. I'm going down again. I'm probably going down again.
Yes, blow shit up.
Frag out, eat it, motherfucker.
Okay, we're hunted again.
We're all getting bullied by her. Yeah, it is. It's a thing.
I'm falling back.
Copy that.
Why are you?
We're not supposed to be there.
One down.
I don't even know why you guys came there. I said I'll be back. I just took the jammer.
It's okay.
You were supposed to attack here. At the drone.
Yeah, but I couldn't drone. I couldn't drone. So I was
Sorry, we are relocating now.
What is it? 10-4? Yeah. I am on the way. Why are you running? Look at me, I'm building that guy. Green drone skills.
The drone is airborne.
I didn't get them all, but I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh. I'm never saying anything else ever again. I'm gonna cry.
The rebels get a 20 on any Sicarios.
It's okay. You will get used to it.
No. He said I'm mean. He said I'm mean.
Who said you're mean?
So they say that you say that about me all the time. Everybody says that about me all the time.
But it's true. But it's true.
Excuse me?
Who would say that you're mean? Who would say such a diabolical thing? Meanie.
You're Pookie. You're Pookie.
My Pookie? Yeah, I mean...
Yes, you're Pookie.
Yeah, Pookie is right.
Your Pookie's diabolical now? Are you... oh, now he's right. He was just diabolical, but now he's right?
No, Pookie's always right.
He's down.
Bulan's not mean.
No,
Make
Bulan
up
is
your
one of the bros.
mind.
Bulan is not mean. Bulan is not mean. Bulan is one of the bros. You know?
Oh my goodness.
She's so happy I joined
You're
this
kind of
game.
mean, Bulan. Saying fuck you to me all the time. Yeah, fuck you too, Shadow.
I'm gonna cry, Gaslighter 101. I know, right? She's fucking mean.
So sorry.
It's okay, Brad. I got you. I'll
Alone's like,
read you
no,
a bedtime
I'm
story. I'll read you a bedtime story, Pookie. I got you.
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the area.
No, Lone is Pookie. Lone is Pookie for real.
Bad words. Wasn't Lone going to bed? He's crying right now, you know. Right?
Behind us.
Do you want him to go, do you want him to leave? Do you want him to leave or something?
No, I thought he was out.
Lone, wants you
She
to
trying to be nice now.
No,
He's
no.
crying.
No, oh my.
He's crying, yeah. Like, Lona's going to bed, but Lona's now crying in bed because of you.
Oh.
For calling me bald.
I'm
It
sorry.
happens.
I'm so sorry, Lone.
Yeah, you should be
You
sorry.
forgive me?
Poor Lone.
I'm so sorry.
No, I wouldn't forgive
Please
her. No.
forgive me.
Don't.
Why?
Don't.
Why?
I got a Cerebro brand sub.
'Cause you're
Eyes
mean,
on those
you're a
flanks.
bully.
Let's take it out fast.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yes,
you
I
heard
love
him.
how all of the bullies here are calling me a bully and calling me
You
mean.
heard him. Yeah, it's it happens.
I was innocently looking for Marmite, and I turned into this jar lady who is mean and toxic. All of a sudden, like,
Thank you, Ron.
it's crazy.
Oh, that was a hit.
It's crazy.
Yeah, again.
He's
Yeah,
down.
we can. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm cracked. We're just gonna stand, or we're just gonna,
I did not.
I'm fixing
I love how
glitching
Sweet
music.
is just not joining the missions at all. She's just like, yeah.
I am.
chilling.
I am. I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
You're locked
I don't
in?
know.
Over 200 meters
I'm-
away. How are you locked in? I'm locked in.
I'm sorry. Because I'm trying to, like.
At least the gamble loves
I'm
you.
really
Yeah,
trying
exactly.
to stop laughing because it's making laughs hurt so bad.
You're lucky with
But,
the Bulan Casino, man. It's the thing.
No, I'm loving the bromance
Uh-huh.
in the chat. And between you guys too, it's so cute.
Tango is fucking down.
And she's focused on Gervais' bald head.
No, I'm not. No, he's not bald. I don't even know what he looks like.
Apparently
Bald?
I am.
Well,
Apparently I
well,
am.
from what you said you're not bald. So you're not bald? You're not bald. But that's okay even if you were.
But
It's
he
totally
doesn't
okay.
know if he's bald or not.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
doesn't?
forgot. No, I don't see the top of my head.
Well, just
Can you
put your
stop your
hand
head?
up there. Or matter of fact, just
It's
stand
yellow.
outside, and if you feel a gust of wind, that means you're, But it's
I mean, it
okay
doesn't
if it's
matter.
gone.
Like,
It's okay.
I will feel the wind in
It
my
really
hair any day
doesn't.
because
Just
I have
grow
a beard, you know?
Oh, exactly.
have a beard.
There you go. There you go. So you're
I'm
one
a
of the
thick-
elites. That's what I'm saying. Bald head, beard,
I have a
elite.
huge beard.
Run away, blow up the sub.
Yeah, hold on. I'm saving people, okay? There's people fucking locked up in here. There's shit I can pick up, okay? You know? Just take that little document over here. I'm gonna save some people that are in jail, you know?
You heard how he snuck that in there? Picking up
Alright,
the
bye,
document.
Wait, she doesn't do that?
Oh.
She doesn't do that. She doesn't see shit on her map and go like, oh, let me just do that real quick.
Sorry. No, I.
C4 in place. I got the demo set.
Oh, this works.
Sweet is using Gervais' head as a reflection to distract the enemies.
Dude, the things they come up with.
Oh, wow.
The things they come up with.
Try to blind their
The things
enemies.
Wow. Chad, do you see how I'm getting bullied here by her?
Oh my.
I'm just saying.
They are coming up with the craziest things, and you're putting it up.
No, they're not. No, no. I hear it as well. I hear it.
Okay.
I feel it. I feel it. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight.
I'll pilot.
It's the thing.
I'll beat you. to
Just
it
like
first.
Lone Wolf.
No, you won't. I'm in the EU. I'll be asleep way before you are.
Good.
Bye, Lone Wolf. Love you. She doesn't, but I do. Love you long time, puppy. Mwah. This is on your forehead.
Stop! I love everybody. I love you guys, and I love your bromance. It's so sweet. W friends. I wish I had friends like that.
And to be fair, most of the people in Bulan's chat go back like years.
Well, yeah, I
There's
know.
that.
I know. We talked about
there's
that one stream. Like, I think like somebody's got like 7+ years or something.
Oh, Bullen, were you talking
Well,
about this?
a few of them
Okay.
got like 5+.
Yeah,
was
I think I have.
Shadow was
well over
doing
5
the
years on-
followage. Exclamation mark followage.
Ah, the following.
Oh, can I
yeah.
see that?
But yeah, they've known
Yeah, you
you
should be
a
able
long
to.
time.
Hold on.
Those kind of
5
friendships
years,
are
7
like,
months, and 19 days. Oh, that's not too long. I thought it was longer.
like those kind of friendships don't always come by.
I have this thing.
A lot of
Before you do
people
that,
say
I'm
like
gonna
you're
go
lucky.
take this real quick.
Take your time. But a lot of people say you're lucky if like you get 1 or 2 friends that stick by your side like that. But you got a whole community. That's
Here
just
for
really
2
sweet.
weeks. That is so not true, Brit.
Hmm?
Brit's saying that he's been here for 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Shadow is not new. Shadow is not new. Brit is not new. Gervais is not new.
Shadow, with the 1-year badge next to your name, you cannot say that you're new. That doesn't work like that. Yeah, sooner or later you will have even
Yeah,
more than
5 years.
a 1-year badge next to your name. Just saying. I'm not gonna say more.
Yeah. 1 month whooped.
Right.
Deploying drone. Eyes in a small group of tangos.
Where is he? There he
I've
is.
got eyes on the assistant. Keep
Stay
your
in,
distance
stay in.
and sure as shit keep him alive. We need to tail him to El Cerebro.
Lotus,
Yes?
stay in.
What is it?
We're leaving. We're tailing.
Oh, understood. Yeah.
How do I check? How do you check what? I've been here for... Oh. Just the exclamation mark followage.
Well, without space.
There's Shadow,
Yeah,
5 years, 4
actually-
months, 25 days.
There's actually a Twitch clip floating around somewhere of me in a nurse dress flashing my junk to Bulan. He didn't want to see it, but I did it anyways.
And a what? Are we being
Don't
seen?
remember the clip of me in a nurse dress?
Four years.
Show my junk.
Yes, that is there
Not 4
too.
years,
See,
not
that
5.
is there too. It's so funny. It's so funny.
That's...
Are we supposed to blow up that car, or what's going on?
No. Let's calm down.
Oh,
No.
remain undetected. Is Sweet at least in here?
Yes.
Yep. Yep, I'm here.
4 years, 18 days. Yeah, that is so not 2 weeks. Brit.
Rookie numbers. If you're not about 5 years, you don't count. I'm kidding. You
There's
always count
stress
rookie.
clip.
I'm my number 1, baby.
I think that's the second most viewed clip.
Which one? The
nurse one.
dress?
Yes.
Imagine. Oh, good job.
Mm-hmm.
I'll post the chat after this mission.
I think Shadow's got it.
Fucking beautiful. The shenanigans on DayZ were fun too, though. I miss those times. Those were incredible fun.
I actually played the game right today. I
played
got
it,
access to...
Here and there, every now and then, but...
No, not
Yeah, I don't know
DayZ,
why I
another
followed.
one, a new one.
Oh.
A playtest. And it is very, very similar to DayZ. But it's an It's very early access, very early.
I mean,
nothing.
Daisy isn't very early access too, so...
No, the Daisy at least works. For this one, there are things that don't even work.
Sometimes. Daisy sometimes works. Oh, there's a jammer.
This drone ain't working. We're getting jammed.
I'm on my way to turn it off.
Wait. Direct threat.
We just got here. I didn't even manage to cross the road. How?
We'll just lay low. Let's just lay low.
Hey, chat, you want to hear a joke?
They don't know where we are.
I want to hear a funny joke. Why did the dog cross the road? The sweetie was too impatient to wait. Yeah.
I'm making my way towards you.
There's unmarked on me.
Okay, and unmarked on me.
Multiple.
Copy that.
Multiple and moving around.
There's more coming to you, Gervais.
Oh, I see one of them here. Oh, why am I on the floor? Oh, well.
I'm done.
Oh, yes,
I'm done.
I was aiming at the chopper, that's why.
Yeah, we're done. It's okay.
What was the joke? Why did the dog cross the road? Because Sweetie got fucking seen like instantly. That's why. So funny.
Wait, I weaponized what? Wait, what?
No, you got saw instantly. You got saw instantly. Like you got spotted like instantly. So that's why the dog had crossed the road.
No. I'm talking about the chat.
Now back to why is Gervais being bald? And how Sweet weaponizes it to fight Bolan's chat.
She does, doesn't she? Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
well,
we are.
That went good, didn't it? Come on.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
Woolen is so fast with pressing buttons. Jeez, girls must love you.
What the heck?
Where are we going?
To a hero.
Why is it all the way over there?
You ask back.
Damn it.
I'll fly.
Shotgun. Ah.
You're totally fine. I respect the bromance.
I haven't been as difficult to sweet than usual. I don't know why, but people keep blaming me for Bruno's chat doing that stuff. I did nothing.
Wait, this isn't being difficult? Okay. I guess I'll be grateful.
Do we need to destroy the jammer first?
Yeah, we will.
It's whatever.
It was like I'm done. Up Gervais in my game. Fuck this shit. He's not going quiet anyways.
I asked the rebels to recon the area for us.
Oh, okay. Guess the jammer is already broken. So, do we kill the guy or what's the plan?
Gotcha. My apologies.
I got him.
think you can see why I might allow myself
Oh, it's just
to be
hostage?
excited, though.
Oh, okay.
This is a
And
disturbing
we're haunted.
Disturbing development.
Well,
Don't blame you at all.
I mean,
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be flying a chopper.
Fuck Fucking hell!
Cover me.
I'm trying. I got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right here, he's in a helo.
On my way.
Man down.
Shit, I'm hit.
Sorry, yeah, I unmarked.
Don't take him out.
Right. Help her with the. Oh, whoops. Oh god, the drone blew up. The drone blew up on my face.
Yeah, we cannot drone anyway.
Okay, so Brit said that they've done worse to you, so I'm gonna be grateful.
Oh yeah, they did.
Shit, I'm hit.
Oh, what? Where the fuck did he come from? Okay.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, there's a bit on me. Right
A
now.
bit, you say?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, just like 5 of them, 6 of them.
We can leave her behind, you know? You don't have to save her.
You don't leave man behind.
W bro.
She's dead already.
Like that's...
God, I need to save Boo. What? Why can I not heal you? What? Oh, here you go.
I'll just deploy. I'll just redeploy.
Thanks.
No, that's fine. We got you. There's a... Oh, shit, there's a lot of them. Oh, fuck. We might just die here.
God damn.
No, okay. Well, how about you save us next time?
Jesus.
Reese here coming in.
If we did the things we did to Bulla the Sweet, we might
Welcome
be
back.
committed crimes. No, we would never. Welcome back, dude.
Welcome back, Benji.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get to you guys very, very quickly.
Now, who's going to send me the invite?
They sent you one.
Okay, it's here. Accept.
I was just spotted.
Do you all hear feedback from my end?
No, but you sound like you're pretty
Far
far away
away
from
or
a mic.
like-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, one sec. I don't think that's from my end though. Where is it?
Yeah, it's definitely from your end. From in-game.
Oh my goodness. I was right there next to her, really.
Yeah,
And
I
then
was
like,
hoping I would be
yeah.
like. How did you die?
It's okay.
Sweet.
I
How
got
did you die?
shot when I got close to you. I was trying to save you.
Okay. I need to blow up that.
No, I wasn't running away. I was trying to get to them.
Were you trying to save me though?
Yeah.
So sweet.
I'm up here where you guys last were.
Even though you called me bald, but it's still sweet.
I did not.
Oh boy. It's not a bit, but it's
A bunch of them here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the.
I have it unmarked on me. With what is it? A
mic
machine
unmuted or
gun.
whatever.
Tango is fucking down.
Get it, loser. We're going shopping. Oh, shit. Well, then why are you on your ass? Well, Sweet, why are you over there?
Because I deployed over here. It deployed me.
Shit. Okay. Well.
Power should be down.
Copy that.
So theoretically, drones should work.
Bullen, I'm coming for you.
Oh, okay.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Oh, there's a car coming up to the chopper.
Fuck took you so long?
Thank you.
I got you. Yep.
Thank you, Benji. Oh,
Reinforcements.
Oh, and he's dead. Oh, yeah, they're advances. Shit, wrong gun.
15 targets sighted.
I got eyes on
Yeah, dude. My bad.
I think our hostage might be dead. Oh, so take a nap over here. Oh. She definitely ran.
Who ran?
Well.
Oh, the target was killed.
There we go. Yep. He was in the helo.
Can you hear me now?
The chopper. Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, nice.
So the chopper, I might have yoinked the chopper
Deploying
and
the drone.
decided to like, oh Jesus. I might have yoinked the chopper, going like, you know, well, I'll just take him to safety, and then, well, stuff happened. God, Jesus fucking! I don't know which gun I have and which hotkey.
What the heck?
Yeah, I tried whipping out my
Took you long enough.
sturdy and really hard AR, but instead of I whip out my sniper rifle, which you know, happens to the best of us. That's what I heard. Do we now have to wait until we restart the mission?
Pretty much. Well, not wait. We have to go away from here. Lotus.
Spirits are the way so far.
Come back to the helo.
We'll pick you up. It's no problem, Benji. We got you. Well, hello there.
Hello. How are you?
Gonna get something too.
Welcome to the shit show.
Hello.
Got you, Benji. We're on our way.
Yep. Deep in our enemy's territory.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Nazi Uni Daddy. Tactical extraction, there we go. Oh. Kinda.
Almost.
Oh. Oh my god.
I mean, the plan was there, but you know.
Good landing, good landing.
Brett, Cookie, are you okay? Want to talk about it? Oh, Jesus.
Hey there, Andras. Welcome in.
Nice flying.
Alright. I think you should be able to restart the mission now. You should be far enough away. If you go on the map and right click, there should be other missions.
I mean, yeah, but like the mission that we've run doesn't show. We're in the Caymans, right? Yeah, no, that's not.
Still unavailable. Well, now I gotta do something else. Until it
Did
resets.
anyone got the Predator DLC?
The Predator is not in the game anymore.
Yeah.
It hasn't been
Understand.
for a few years.
Even I did that mission. I didn't finish it, but I did it.
Then you're supposed to have the gear then.
Yep.
Red Pookie, why are you so quiet? I miss you. Is he rubbing one out?
What the heck?
No, I don't know, he might be.
Goodness.
He said some big wild stuff. So.
Anyway, how are you doing, Andrash? What you been up to?
Benji, how are you doing?
Fine as can be.
There we go.
Yep. Enjoying the ride as it is.
That's your shit. Oh wait, that's the points. I can that goes for the
Copy that. As we're here, you also have this.
Yeah, I saw a parachute drop site. We just
To up your spotting.
Jump.
Now we have to mark it.
Oh. Should I just walk up to
There
them?
are
Like,
tangos here, don't just run in.
Well,
Deploying drone. Drone going up. Eyes on another
Looking at a
target.
small group
Eyes
of
are
tangos.
hostile in a group
I
of
knew
civilians.
that.
We got a tango with multiple civilians around.
I definitely do that. See, y'all didn't see that one.
You all normally play stealth.
Got one.
As much as possible.
Nice.
Yeah, there goes the stealth.
Oh, it's so good.
All clear.
Who just started shooting motherfuckers with an AR? Wasn't me? Not this time.
Wasn't me.
AR was me.
Was that the hero?
That's down.
Was that a Uni Daddy? Daddy!
It was.
Oh. What the fuck is that this thing? Oh, it is.
I got it. I'll fly.
Oh, okay, so we go.
Good work. I'll let the rebels know where it is so they can pick it up.
Whew. Here I thought you might want us to carry the damn thing out of here ourselves.
I hope so too. Yep, same.
Can you pick it up?
The chopper was landing like really annoying me.
Hey, at least it didn't land on you, okay?
Yeah. Oh, there's some people hanging around here. People hanging around.
But literally. Did you pick up the weapon from here as well?
Well, there's a weapon. Oh, there's a weapon. Hold on. Oh, I did not. Hold on. There's a weapon? I'll hold that. Gotcha, bro. A little tactical deployment. Ah. In fair, it's all the way down there. You know.
I think you should be able to land down there as well. Sweet.
That's fine. Ah. On my roll and everything. do have better AR. I have a lot of better ARs. Okay.
Go up to that one.
Sweet.
Made it. I'll call the rebels so they can haul it out later.
Right. And then for us, it's cerveza time.
Okay, come on. Here's your guns in blazing.
I'm doing stuff, okay?
I asked the rebels to do a recon of the spotted one with submachine guns.
I have so many things. Fuck.
Demo's primed and in place.
What the fuck is this?
Okay.
Ready?
How do you...
Going in 3, 2,
Oh, yeah.
1.
Tango down.
Down.
Holding stairs.
Stairs.
Uh-oh.
And down.
That is me.
Upstairs.
Wait.
Oh, you
Why are
were
you
now.
on the floor?
The drone is up.
I got shot through the door. I was trying to shoot in, but I don't know. I guess I couldn't shoot past you. Okay, you can hack it.
Nicely done. Now they'll have trouble coordinating their ops against the rebels.
Firing a flare.
Oh, Jesus, well, that was not what I wanted to do. It goes pew. It goes pew pew. Why is that mission still not up?
It might be bugged out. I mean, we are pretty relatively close.
Oh, do I need Kingslayer files for that? Is that it?
What?
I don't know.
For the mission?
711 Kingslayer files. I don't know.
No. We can do whatever else. While we wait. Any other mission or pick up or whatever.
I have this entire area here that I've done jack shit.
Where you marked?
Until, wait, I have story missions as well, apparently.
You should.
I've done jack shit in this game, dude.
Exactly.
I've done jack shit. You know, I'll set the story mission. This one has a thing as well.
Alright.
It's on the fucking other side of the map though, but hey, it's fine.
You can teleport. Don't have to fly there. I'm sorry?
Whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want.
Outpost Monteok. There's Barvecho's Bravo right next to it.
Sure, I don't know how to teleport there, but fine.
Do you have it on your map? Do you see it on your map? Where I mark? It should be right next to the mission. right side of it?
No, I do not. No.
Alright,
It
that's...
says C, but it doesn't show anything.
Yeah, you don't have it yet then. Was somebody teleport
I
there?
have this one though. Oh wait, I have this. Hold on. I have this. The ghost whatever hideout. This one.
Yeah. The safe house.
That one. Oh, okay. That's not working.
Alright. Wonder. You do, guys. If you don't have it, you should be able to teleport on your way.
If you don't have it, I don't know what you can do in this game. Been out for a while.
The heck? You just said that you still do shit.
Bro, I haven't even finished this game. Like, my map is like 90% grayed out. Okay?
What? Really?
Yeah, I haven't done shit in the game. The only time I play this game is when Ulan's on.
Gunplay all around him, but a farmer's still
Sucks
got
that the next installation of the series is going to be first-person player.
Did you?
Hopefully, it's a toggle. I mean, I don't mind first person, but a lot of people are hoping for a third person.
Third person. Actually getting to see a character.
I just hope that they don't fuck it up. Which is a bit ask from Ubisoft.
For sure. What other games do you all play?
Well, I have a series of Assassin's Creed that I want to dive into after I'm done with this. And I finished it today, so I'm gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be doing Assassin's Creed.
Which one though?
Unity.
Okay.
And then Repo, I like playing Repo. And
I'm playing through Monsanto right now at the moment.
Which one?
Monsanto Wilds.
there's another game, I don't know if you've heard of it, called Origami. That game's really funny.
What's it about?
Which we still have to finish.
Yeah, but I really like it.
What's
Oh, it's basically like a stealth game. Have you ever heard of Tenchu Z?
No, I haven't.
It's the only other game I feel like I can relate it to, but I don't know. If you've never, like, for a lot of people, because I hadn't heard of Origami besides outside of when Bulan showed me the game, but I knew of Tenchu Z because I played PS, like PlayStation and Xbox, so I kind of like grew up with both. And Tenchu Z was an Xbox game, or is an Xbox game. But it's
I have a fair amount of Division.
I was contemplating getting the Division game, but I was like, not sure.
Origami is a stealth game.
Fair amount of those games.
Yeah, Origami is just a stealth game. Like
You
ninja,
are a ninja.
You have to use your mind. Yeah.
Drone. Eyes on the gun turret.
Coming up on the objective now.
You gotta kind of take your time, like how we're doing now, taking our time, getting recon, seeing what we're gonna do first, or how we're gonna approach this. It's the same thing with Origami, except you are a ninja. It's basically.
I'm a South player. Prefer to do things on it or no. Okay, that sounds weird, but yeah.
Eyes in a small group of tangos.
Target is down.
Gun turret is down. Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
Someone missed.
Shit, I'm hit.
And down.
He's down. He's down. I'm coming for you, Jivy.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Alright, Jivy is up. I'm going to relocate around the side.
The fuck's the entrance?
Enemy calling for indirect fire.
Mortar.
Right here.
Mortar down.
Nice.
Did you miss?
No, I got him. Alright, we're coming in from the back.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm about to go down here.
Tango is fucking down.
It's all of them. Oh,
One more.
Yeah. Right there. Okay. Nice.
I'm still engaged. On mark.
Heard. Copy that. One unmarked.
He's down.
We'll leave a
Up
marker
there.
so the rebels can pick up these supplies later. They got no juice.
Okay.
Oh, there's a blue thing in here as well.
I'll pilot.
Stay up there.
Got a laptop here. Looks like it's connected to the network. Let's see what we can get out of it. Downloading now. I'm pushing the take direct to Bowman. Stand by.
Okay, boys. I'm getting sleepy. I need to get some rest. Yeah. Yeah.
You're getting sleepy.
I am.
At this time.
What time is it over there?
I'm pretty tired. Well, okay, so it's 6:30, but I've been up since 4 a.m.
PM?
So, it's 6:30 p.m., but I've been up since 4 a.m.
I've been up since 5 a.m. It's 3:30 a.m. here now.
Jeez.
What? Did you take a nap? Did you take a nap
no.
or something?
No, I did not. No.
Oh.
I got a third.
It's half 7 on this environment.
Pulling those kind of hours without a nap is crazy. Like, I'd normally be fine by now if I had a nap, but...
We find the leader
Yeah.
and grab him. I want to find out what he knows about the deserter.
Roger
I
that.
don't know. Like, after I hit depression, I was not sleeping, so I can handle like almost no sleep.
Okay.
I learned to like live on like 3 to 4 hours of sleep.
That's not healthy at home.
I know it's not, but hey, you know, it happens.
I get that.
How do we, that's a lot of people.
Well, we can all take one at the same time. We can do a sync shot or whatever you guys want to
I'll
do.
take this guy.
I think that seems
Okay.
better best.
I'll take this one. I'll take 2.
Yeah, we have a flashbang in there as well.
Sure, yeah.
I'll take 3.
Are you sending the flash or am I sending the flash?
I can send it. I'm close enough.
Gotcha.
I will attempt to get 4.
Okay. Well, I'm
Flash out.
Flashbang.
Got one.
Hold up. Deploying drone.
One is down. Oh! Oh.
Don't kill him.
Motherfucker's taking off. Why are you taking off, dude?
He EMP'd.
What you doing?
He made
huh?
us. Get out.
What you doing, you son of a bitch?
There's the healer.
Where's the healer?
I mean, you can interrogate him.
Sure, why not? We're at it.
Talk to me, Pinche Pendejo. Who's the deserter you're looking for?
Some little pocos huevos maricón de mierda who run out from the training camp. Boss says we get to make an example out of him so the others don't get the same idea. We're gonna drag him back and let the other recruits take turns with him with a machete.
But where's this little chicken shit now?
We don't know for sure yet, but we're getting close. One of the other search parties thinks they found his trail.
Where's this other search party? Tell me and maybe I'll let you go.
Okay, chinga.
Closing in on the deserter. Let's sweep the area where he was spotted and see if we can find him.
So I was like, no wait, this is just shooting ahead. So would you know?
Sure. How often do you all play?
I was playing with Bulan every week, just about. But I mean, I finished the game now, and I'm kind of excited to get into Assassin's Creed. It's a much more like relaxing for me. So yeah.
Okay. I've played Unity before, so yeah. Okay.
I don't play this game.
Which one did you play?
Mostly almost all the Assassin's Creed, except for the first one.
What? You played all of them except the first?
The first and Black Flag.
I've got eyes
I
on
haven't played Black Flag.
Spotting another tango. Tango number
Black
3.
Flag is a
That's
lot of
10 now.
people's favorite. But
Origin.
How did you play
prefer
all of them except the
the
first?
older Assassin's Creed games, not gonna lie.
That's one less
I
bad guy.
started Revelation, but I never.
Who killed the target?
That's the one single person that doesn't have to be killed.
They killed the target.
Everybody else has to be killed except him.
So who killed him?
I have no clue. I was in the drone.
What was it? The one that was very sweepy, possibly.
Mr. Orange
Yeah,
or white?
No.
No,
All of my targets are
possibly.
white. All of them are white.
That's racist.
No, I mean.
I asked Pat Katari to send us a vehicle.
Please.
The audibility in this suite.
I swear, you cannot play a game normally with me.
Got eyes on another search party.
I know
Gotta
that
be in the
much.
right grid.
I can confirm that.
That's what best tall ass and find this dude before they do.
Copy that.
Okay, so don't kill the guy with the yellow
Somebody
arrow on the
has
head,
one or
please.
two?
Eyes on the third. Eyes on the third.
Does anyone have one or two?
Yo, look at that plane spot down over there.
There's some spawning enemies.
I have either.
Kill confirmed.
I have one. Shoot.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I've got eyes on the package. Go, go, go.
I'll take out this guy right here. I got eyes on two.
I got on one.
We got eyes on. Oh, never mind.
That's one less bad guy.
He's down.
Man
He's
down.
down. It's okay. I got you. I got
Deploying
you.
drone.
Mountain Dew.
The target is running. The target will shoot you.
The target is dead. Oh no, he's not.
Can I run up to him
Man
and just
down.
fucking take him hostage? Oh.
Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, I think you could do that. I was trying, but I got lit up.
I'm in a hero. I'm following him.
I was able to drop his left bulb and then I went down.
Man, if you shot straight, I wouldn't get
Kill the other guys. Kill the target.
I pressed the wrong button.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna have a wank because the patriotic Brit is not here anymore.
I asked the rebels to send over a vehicle for us.
All right.
Got eyes on another search party. We gotta be in the right grid.
Cartel's closing in. We'd best haul ass and find this dude before they do.
Copy that.
Was that the sniper you took?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll fly.
Second target.
One or
right there.
two? Doesn't matter which one. Let me know. Never mind.
3 targets ID. Target 5-7.
We are being hunted already.
I've got eyes on the package. Go, go, go.
Guys running.
Target number 10. There.
Oh, she's in back. Wait, who the fuck shot me? Oh, you daddy. Fuck.
Deploying the drone.
Oh, goodness.
Dropped him.
I'm after him.
I got another
How he got up.
I'm hit. I'm hit.
Oh shit, no! Did I do the wrong thing again?
Yes.
Yep.
Me.
Yeah, you did. It's okay.
Wow, okay, well then. I'm getting annoyed
So
with
somebody
myself.
gets to him before Gervais does? Somebody gets to the target before Gervais kills him?
It's my bald head, I guess.
Please. There's nothing wrong with bald.
To be fair, as soon as I notice my hairline going back, I'll probably fucking shave it all off and be like, you know, fuck
Hey, Odie, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it.
Kill a combo. Beard and ball is. You know.
That's your best bet. Yeah. It also gives a youthful appearance, I guess.
I mean, I have a pretty sick beard, so you know, got that going for me.
Right, well, I get to go. There are some people that can't do meds, so yeah.
The drone is airborne.
It's a go.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here. Good eyes on another search party. We gotta be in the right grid.
Cartel's closing in. We'd best haul ass and find this dude before they do.
Copy that.
Tango number 3. I've got eyes on the package. Go, go, go.
That makes 10.
Get the sniper, go in, flash the target, and get out. Don't have to care about anybody
Sniper's
else.
down.
Copy that.
Got it.
Missed.
Lobbing a flashbang.
Flashbang's going in.
Coopere todo saldrá bien.
No, let me go.
Moving him back to the helo. Cover, please.
Copy that.
Enemy
I
down.
am.
Just keep him away from me. I'll probably kill him.
Holy crap.
Deserves it. But...
Man down.
Gotcha.
I have your back. I have your back.
I'm here. I got him.
Nice.
He's in the helo. Booting up.
Am I not healing?
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down.
Why can I not
Copy
heal him?
that.
You
Are
can
you
just
being
move
shot?
the healer. Just move the healer.
If you're
I
being
cannot-
shot,
I'm hit!
if you're being shot, then you cannot heal.
No, even it doesn't even matter if I'm being shot. Like as soon as I
All
try
right,
to heal myself,
no worries.
Just
Must
shot
be
myself,
above.
I guess.
Get back.
Oh yeah, get those two out. You can get those two out.
Shit, this still hurts.
No, fuck you, I'm running. Bye.
Sweet, you're down?
Yep, she's
Yeah,
down.
I am. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Dodge.
Got him. He's down.
Such a dream.
Please don't take me back there, neta, por favor. I'm begging you. I can't take it. You hear me? Yeah, brother, no lo aguanto. I can't. Those people.
No, I bet you can take it, bro.
They put a hammer in my hand and made me kill a 50-year-old
You get him, you get eyes on
boy.
him.
Me obligaron, te lo juro. I can't do it.
Y'all stop shooting us,
I'd rather
please.
die than go back. You hear me? Kill me now. Kill me. Ándale, pendejo.
For God's sake, kid, do I look cartel to you?
Pero compa, si no. Si yo en Santa Blanca.
Come on, Emilio. There's someone I want you to meet.
Do we take him inside? I guess we do.
Yep, yep.
Then after I pick up ammo first. I don't trust the blonde.
You want to
just
get
saying.
away from the cartel, Emilio? I can make that happen. But I need something from you. What can you tell me about the man running the camp?
Carajo, I don't know.
Emilio gave us a name. Carl Bookhart.
Dude's an American?
If he's the guy I'm thinking of, he used to be an army ranger. We even served together for a while.
A ranger? No. No fucking way.
Bowman's getting confirmation now. She'll get back to us when she knows for sure.
All right. Well, that's it.
You're gonna get.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Look at
call
that
it
sweet.
here. Just wanted to help with the mission. Yeah.
Well, sweet, I wish you sweet dreams. I forgive you for bullying me.
You forgive me?
I hope you enjoy your
You forgive
bottles of
me?
brown stuff. Yes, I hope you enjoy your bottles of brown stuff.
Okay.
I love you long time. Kisses on your forehead. Mwah.
Jeez. Well, thank you. And you guys have a good rest of your night, day as well.
Will
Thank you. Thank you for
Catch you
picking up.
next time. Bye, guys. Bye, boo boo.
Bye.
Later.
She said catch you next time like Pokemon. Wow. Oh. What?
He was the host.
Yo.
Because she left us?
I got eyes on a sniper.
Yep. I did.
Wow, okay.
Bye.
Take care.
Sniper from Sniper Tower down.
I'm looking at a video right now.
Oh, okay.
Eyes on the second target. And that's 3. That makes 5.
Hold on, you know who's here?
Oh.
Damn, these guys got mortars.
Little bro.
Heads up, we got a turret.
10th target there.
Oh, what is there?
They got alarms rigged
Yeah,
up.
little Odin is here, bro.
They got an air defense
How's
system.
he doing?
He's
Shut
good,
the damn
yeah.
alarm off.
It's not little anymore,
I'm
but
looking at a small group of
you know.
tangos.
I know. I've been seeing in pictures.
he's a big healthy boy now. He's fucking turning 6 this year, I believe.
We have light panels over here. I got
That's
a target carrying submachine
that's
guns.
15.
Enemy marked.
What do we do here? Destroy the mortar shell crates. Got you. You do that. Oh, fuck, missed.
So good.
Oh, never mind, he did. You're using the alien thing, aren't you? Or the predator thing, aren't you? The outfit.
No, this is the same. This is a backpack thing. Can't
Yeah,
remember what mission it was.
I think
But
I have
it's
it, but I just enjoyed the Division skin. So.
It should just enter back
He's
to-
dead.
more guys down here below me.
Frag out. See you in hell.
Wrong button.
Frag out. Frag out. Frag out.
C4 in place. That guy's history.
All up there.
Did that not explode? Oh, you gotta do something to them before you...
No,
What,
you
you
have to
shoot it?
blow them up. C4
there's a
or
couple, yeah.
I got the
There's a bar. Within this bar alone.
Oh, well,
So,
That's an ammo crate down.
shit just went boom.
Frag out. Frag out. Crate destroyed.
What the fuck is this thing? What's in here?
There's one crate
Shit,
down.
I'm hit.
Oh! Okay, shooting it does not help. Okay.
There we go. Frag out.
It's the last of the crates. Objectives
See,
clear.
don't shoot the thingies. I got you.
You can, but not up close.
Yeah, I figured that out.
yeah, it's bombs. Did you stand up next to it and shoot it?
Oh well. So just like it. Yes, rescue me, Benji. Oh, yes, touch me.
Hey, hey!
Right there. Right there.
How about you not?
Squad leader Bullon, he just touched my wiener.
He liked it.
He did. He just. I'm not confirmed nor denying that he touched my wiener, and I liked it, but I have to hit
It's
the door
okay.
and I liked it.
You did say it over the comm, so we all know.
So many guns around here.
Oh. Special mission.
Is that a special mission? I'm a special boy. My mama used to tell me.
Not that kind of special.
No.
The mission. This is how they introduced the next Ghost Recon Breakpoint.
Oh. Oh, it is?
Yep.
Never played that either. Yes. I heard it's people don't like it because it's too much of a looter shooter type of thing.
Yeah.
Ubisoft.
I like looter shooters.
You might like it. I would say it's something of a mix of Division and this, maybe.
I do like the Division. What you got for me? Big document. 2 document.
Bone, we found your package.
Oh, it's a
I have the
picture.
access card.
Unidad has custody of a high-level Skeltech engineer.
Oh, there's
As you can imagine, he knows
another
some
mission
sensitive
connected
U.S.
to it.
industrial secrets that we'd like to stay secret. Unidad
this
currently
a
is
fucking-
holding
Yeah,
him at
basically
an
you
underground
just
research
started the
facility,
mission.
and that card should open the security door. Check your
there's a
map
dump
for the
in next to
facility's
it, so-
location. I need you and your team to find him and extract him. Think you can handle that?
Simple extract. Consider it done.
Don't be so sure
I
this
got
one's
this.
gonna be simple.
Rum, 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 rum,
Call
rum,
me
rum,
when you have the
rum,
engineer. Bowman out.
I'm a great driver, don't worry. Rum, rum, rum. What the phone's crashed. Don't worry, I'm a great driver.
Looks like a skill
you there.
engineer wandered a little too far from home, and now Unidad has him. We're gonna get him before he spills any
Either
high-tech
that or we will
Skell
be
Tech?
back for your
As in the
body.
tech company started by Jay Skell? Who's that? Only one of the smartest and richest
What do you
people
mean
on the
back from
planet.
it? I'm a
Skell
great driver,
Tech
okay?
probably designed half the gadgets we use.
If he's so smart and rich, why does he need us to clean up his mess?
Shit, just be glad he hasn't replaced us with robots yet.
Oh boy, this is a shortcut. Oh god, I have to go all over the mountain?
Should have come with us.
I have to go over the mountain? Do I? No, I don't think so.
No, you don't have to go over, but you have to come up.
I'm on the way. Well, how long has it been since we played together?
I don't know. Forever and a half.
Longest time. Right? Feels like it's been a long ass time.
Yeah, it was.
Told you I'd get here. I don't want one of these. Here.
This must be the way in.
What's the next one? Breakpoint, right?
Yep.
I think it's on Ubisoft Plus.
I think so.
What the hell is this shit? It's massive.
Yeah, I
You
have
see any
no
guards?
idea, dude. Like, I
No.
have the,
Wait, let me place
the
mine.
Game Pass
Keep your
Ultimate,
head on a
and
swivel.
somehow it works with all the Ubisoft
Placing a
games. I
mine
don't
for our
know.
Sicario friends. We'll leave a marker so the rebels can pick up the supplies later.
Yeah, a bunch of them are on it. I think including.
I have like,
I think including this one on Breakpoint, maybe.
yeah, I don't know. Like, I use it for my Xbox, but I was like, hey, shit, I can play almost every Assassin's
Demo's
Creed game
primed.
out there.
There might be civilians inside, so watch your fire.
Yes, shoot civilians, gotcha.
I got the C4 primed.
Someone's already hit this place. Keep your head on a swivel.
Yo, placing a mine over here.
A Breakpoint you can also do
Looks like we caught a break.
through Friends
Scientists are
Pass.
still alive. They've just been knocked out. Only the
I know
undead
that for
soldiers-
sure.
So our guy should still be alive.
Eh,
Jeez. How are we supposed to find him in all this mess?
Search,
it's not my
dumbass.
favorite.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But that's also because of coming from
I heard
Wildlands.
it's like,
Wait, let me
yeah,
place a mine.
it's like less tactical, isn't it?
Yeah.
It can be. It depends who you're playing it with as well.
Oh, you know I'm tactical as fuck.
Look at this shit. High caliber rounds. These guys want to hurt somebody's feelings.
You didn't tell me I'm not tactical.
You are. You
Yo,
definitely
placing a mine over
are.
here.
Something.
Placing a mine for our
Something?
Sicario friends.
Okay. Okay, you bully.
Demo's
I don't
primed
know what
and
I'm
in
looking
place.
for. I'm just tagging whatever I can, but Yes.
Sounds like company.
Stay quiet.
Fuck am I going? It's this door.
Nomad.
Who the fuck is that?
Walker? The hell are you doing here? Bowman
Is
didn't
that
say to
Paul
expect
Walker?
you.
No.
Because that tough little handler of ours got no idea I'm here.
What, you sightseeing?
Hunting trip.
Huh, what's the game?
High level, skilled tech engineer. Daniel Rodriguez Arellano. See, Danny here, he's got access to company technology that the government does not want shared. But he's been spending a lot of time in Bolivia.
Probably not out here soaking up the culture, huh?
He's been selling secrets to Unidad. So he and we're about to have a little chat.
Our mission from Bowman was to rescue him from Unidad.
Look, I could blow sunshine up your ass all day, but I'll spare you. Bowman, she's my real target. They know exactly what he's been doing, but she's been protecting a little shit.
What's he do for them?
Informant inside Unidad.
These must be some pretty serious secrets for you to go off script.
Must be.
Fuck. They're here.
Get him up.
Okay. Kayate, you want to live through this? You follow me and do as I say.
You two done making out?
Are we gonna shoot our way out of this? I think we are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Looks like Walker left some fun for us. Time to earn our pay.
Puta madre!
Where the fuck is this guy going?
These guys!
If you want to live long enough to find out,
Don't worry about
keep
him.
your head down.
He cannot die, unfortunately.
Frag out. Hola, bitches. Got it.
He's just an annoyance. Now he's running in front of you.
Target eliminated.
These guys die pretty easily.
Kill confirmed. Deploying drone.
C4 in place.
Oh shit, one more.
We should get together like this more often.
Next time I bring a high caliber run.
And I'll bring more grenades.
Took you long enough.
Man down!
Frag out.
Oh,
See you in
okay.
hell.
That looks bad.
I got a broski spawn camping me here. 2 of them. Actually.
Damn, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Bitch. Tango down.
We just follow this dipshit because he knows the way out. Is that it?
No, he's following us. That's why I'm back, because he's following me.
Already lost. I don't know where to go.
Over here.
Frag out. Eat it, fuckers. Frag out. Got one.
That's how to clear a room.
Fuerzas enemigas detectadas. Todas las unidades, manténganse en alerta máxima.
Shit, I'm hit.
When do you help that soldier out?
Got him. I got him. Don't worry about it.
Took you long enough.
Daniel. Move your ass.
Oh boy.
Deploying drone. Tango down.
Oh, there's no cover to cover.
Shit! They got us blocked off.
Take that engineer, get him out of here.
Ah,
Just
God,
remember
I'm
what we
bleeding.
talked about.
Well then.
Be careful who you trust.
And where are you going?
I'll hold him off. Consider it one you owe me.
You sure? There's more than a few of them, and I don't like being in debt.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, there you go.
Get your ass up, man.
Oh,
come on.
Hey, welcome to the shit show.
Let's go.
Happy to have you. Yeah, there's quite a few.
What the heck? Why do I look up always and you guys are down?
I mean, I killed a few guys, you know.
Stop sleeping on the job.
Listen, I enjoy my naps, okay?
That's one less bad guy.
Also, this NPC with a pistol is not doing shit.
No, they don't.
There's another one right there.
Goddamn.
Frag out. Hola, putas.
Just can't walk away from a fight, can you?
That skill's not on my resume.
Finish the damn mission. Get Daniel to the exfil. I'll be in touch.
No, you didn't listen. That's not on my resume. What did the paycheck of guys doing this kind of job is? They're better than mine.
Oh. Anything is better than mine at this point.
Let's go.
Sure are a lot of lights and switches up here.
We have to put
Oh my goodness, Daniel!
Is he fucking stuck?
This is why, unfortunately, he cannot die. He's coming, he's coming.
Run, you son of a... Can I shoot him?
You can, but he's just gonna stop.
fucking run, motherfucker. Run. So slow. Well, get in the fucking chopper, you dipshit. God. Because you're that slow, you're not allowed to sit inside a chopper.
Is he on?
Bowman, we've got the package. Where would you like it delivered?
Good work. I hope it wasn't too much trouble.
Wait. Bowman? Karen Bowman? You know this guy?
Just get him to the safe house. I'll patch the coordinates through to you.
Wait, hold on. You are working for somebody who's named Karen? Is that
yeah.
Wow.
Karen Bowman is our CIA handler.
Oh, shit, she is my manager. Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running? Who are you and why are you running? I see you running. I don't know why you're running, but you are running. What do I do with this guy? Oh,
Gases, you got any cheese, man, about the cartel of the Sicarios?
This is where it ends, amigo.
Gracias.
Bowman, this is Nomad.
The package has been delivered.
Excellent. Leave him at the safe house. I'll take care of it from here.
This is where it ends, amigo.
Well,
take care and stay out of trouble.
All right. That's it for me. I'm gonna head out.
Wait, we're not done yet.
Wait, we're not done yet? You still have some other stuff? Hold on. We have to leave the area. I can do that.
Shall we return to our regularly scheduled program of liberating the people of Bolivia from the tyranny of the Santa Blanca cartel?
I'm ready to sling some more lead.
I don't like how they say liberating the people with the American accent. Let's get moving. But
Well,
now we go back and talk to this dude. Wow. Okay.
Just spotted one with submachine guns.
Read your objectives.
But they know the main undetected.
Eyes in a small group of tangos.
Yeah, so we have to go inside there, but there's like 100 million fucking enemies around here.
Looking at a small group of tangos. I got a target carrying submachine guns.
Once the unidad soldiers are taken care of, the rest should be easy.
Okay, we don't have to go in either.
We don't? We just talk to the dude and just tell him like, hey, dude, how about
we
you
don't talk to him.
Lit?
We have to tell him. That's it.
Oh, that's it? Okay, I'll stay at the chopper then. That's not a bull one. Listen, dude, I'm a Division player. We don't think about the shit. We just fucking run in and go. Hey, Billy, you want to look at my booty? There you go. Oh, you're on your phone. You don't want to look at my booty. I got you.
Yes, I'm on my drone.
Jesus. Oh. Okay, put the drone down and just look at my booty.
No,
I
thank
bleach
you.
it just for you. I
What the
bleach
heck?
it just for you.
With soap from him?
No, not with soap from him.
With bleach from him, sorry.
No, we don't. No.
We gonna listen in or what?
Nomad, deploy your drone.
I'm on it.
Carenya, I'm safe. I'm safe.
I was rescued. Look, it doesn't matter. Someone is going to take me to the airport soon and get me out of here. Tell the niños Papa is fine. We'll be in Orowa soon.
Are you sure about this? An island in the middle of nowhere.
Aren't you looking at them?
After
Is that
all
a thing?
this, are you
Since when does Jay Skell own Aroa?
Don't you ever read the news?
Hold up. He's making another call.
It's me. I'm at the safe house.
We need to meet now.
I know a place, a farm. I'll send you the coordinates.
Get there fast, and make sure no one follows you.
He's talking to Bowman.
What does
Definitely
the
not follow his
CIA
ass.
want with Skeltech in Bolivia?
I'm not sure. But it's worth checking out.
Oh, was that
This
it?
shit sounds above our pay grade, Nomad.
The first
I
mission.
know. But Walker's got me thinking we can't let
There's
it go.
2 missions.
Do we have to follow his ass?
Walker,
Oh, we have to follow his
Nomad.
ass?
No.
We overheard a conversation between Bowman and the engineer. They're meeting up in person at a farmhouse.
Yeah. So
Alone.
if we don't have anything to do right now,
I warned you not to trust her.
Not anymore.
I'm gonna call it
I want to
right.
see what this meeting's all about.
Bullen, thanks for the game, Zeke. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for joining.
I did not expect to have this game still installed, but I did. So yeah.
Okay.
It's been fun. I miss playing with you, dude. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, we have to do those 2 games.
Are we there yet? And the other one, right?
Yeah, the bar one.
Are you all playing tomorrow?
No, I don't think so.
No, I probably won't. No.
I do
Well,
every Saturday. Wildlands.
I have RV there yet, and the lights bar both installed. So
Yeah, me too.
it's a matter of when. Yeah.
Yep.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to see about that in that group.
Yeah, we do. Because, like, I'm down whenever I can, but I need dates.
Same.
Well, Shadow said that he can do weekends.
Yeah, weekends are tough for me, dude. I have a girlfriend now. You know.
Yeah.
Time and money. Time and money. Yep. Understood.
No, I'll. Yeah, if he can come up with some dates, I'll probably be seeing what I can do with it.
Okay.
And don't expect me being on Wildlands every weekend because.
Yeah, I know. I will see you like in a year or 2
when I'm bored. Yeah, I just play when I'm bored and have no other thing to play, I guess. It's a thing.
And even now you didn't play because of me. You play because of Sweet. I know.
No, I play because of you.
You just wanted to know more about the jar of brown stuff.
I'm still interested in the Jar of Brown stuff.
He's dead.
That is some weird shit.
I don't know how the heck. I don't know how Google didn't give some other results for her.
Bro, like when she said she Googled the brown stuff in a jar, the first thing that came to mind was like 2 girls, 1 cup.
Yo. That video is wild.
I'm old as fuck, okay, so.
No, I on that video and I cringed so hard.
It traumatized me. It traumatized me. It's a thing. So when she told me, like, I googled brown stuff in a jar, I was like, oh no you didn't. No, oh no you didn't. Oh girl, you're gonna be in so much pain. But apparently it wasn't that. So yeah.
Yeah.
No. But I enjoyed playing. It's been a while.
Yep, there it is.
Also, I'm sorry to fuck up your stream because yeah.
Talking about.
You know me. I bring chaos.
Well, that's the life of these.
No, it doesn't matter which game he plays. I bring chaos. When he plays a game and I join him, I bring chaos. I don't do tactical. It's not on my boat. Anyways, I bid you both farewell. Have a good night. Love you long time. Kisses on your forehead, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah, will do. Bye bye. Good night.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to actually call it as well because it's 3:30 almost a.m.
Yep. I have stuff to do in the next half an hour, so yeah. Perfect time.
All right, cool then. Well, thank you for
Thanks
joining.
again. Yes, no problem. Whenever you're in again, this on.
Yeah, as I said, I do Wildlands every Saturday. Like, what, 5.5 hours ago I started, approximately.
Okay. Nice,
And that's how I usually start. Now, sometimes I don't play with others, but that didn't happen for a while because I'm doing ghost mode with a couple of people.
Right.
But other than that, you're free to join.
Yeah, no problem. The only thing that I need to get in this game is the red satchel. Quick it is. Yeah.
The what?
Other than that, yeah. The red satchel, the neck bandana thing, it's have a red one. I think you need to be tier 35 or something. Something like that.
Oh, I don't remember. It's been a while since I did tier. Okay. Well, we can do that. We can do that pretty fast, actually. Alright. Well, thank you for the game. And see you next time in that case. Alright, you guys. Wait, what did you write? There are clips of my voice. I don't know why you got hard repeat. What the heck, Jervey? Wow, just wow. Host? What? This game is weird. Anyway. So, as I said, I'm gonna call it. Next stream, I don't know, sometime next week, most probably. I think I will have some Ghost of Tsushima next week before Saturday's Wildlands. So be sure to follow, join up on Discord. What's the socials? There we go. Or join up on Discord so that you see whenever I go live. And yeah, thank you for being here. And until next time, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. You have a good one there, guys. Bye bye.
¿Qué fue eso, pues? Ya me picó el mosquito.